wow. Huh. I'm always living.
Out like
Right, let me
this.
try another song.
Oh god.
This one works.
I'm
Oh,
living
that
right
one works
now.
great. Yeah, they all work
Yeah.
for me.
They all work. Okay. Let me close this and try this one again.
Hey, Chad, how's it going?
Chat, how you doing?
Yeah.
You've been alive for 11 seconds. Let me do some ats.
Yeah.
You know, this is good.
I mean,
That usually only plays when we start. Dang, I need this one. There we go. Yeah, love this
oh,
one.
I like this tune a lot. Hey, Chad, how's it going on this sleepy Friday night? You excited for some more sleeping shadow?
Yeah.
I'm prepared.
Sleepy
I'm-
Fridays.
Yeah, I've
Sleepy
been
Friday.
excited. We're also going to be doing this next Friday as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the finale of this is going to be next Friday. Look forward to it.
Mhm.
That's what you think. Time to be as inefficient as possible.
You just start going slow. You will hit the lose state button and be consumed. Noctua dies in TSS because you drag your feet out of fear.
It's not out of fear, it's so I get
Out of
another
fun.
session.
Yeah,
if I,
no.
Listen, if I get a 6th session, it'll be worth it.
That funeral session,
Yeah.
pretty bug.
Teach, you gotta come in and say nice things.
No! Oh!
Oh man.
Teach, say nice things, come on. Teach, come
Yuji
on.
is the final guest for your funeral.
Teach, come on. It's my funeral. Say nice things about me.
Why are you talking? Get out of my head!
Say nice things. Come
No!
on. Compliment something about me.
Oh my god.
I'll stop haunting you if you compliment something about me.
God
Oh,
damn.
she was very stupid.
I'm gonna hunt you twice as hard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna drink some water.
Oh. Hydrate.
Mm-hmm.
Hydration.
Hope everyone has water in chat today.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Don't want to be
You get your
dry.
blankets and your water. It's gonna be a
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a
dump my
chill
water
session.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Why?
be a chill session. Thus,
Hmm.
you know.
Hmm.
Every session is a chill session.
You know? You're
Mhm.
right about that. I've been
I
having
am.
a nice and chill time.
Yeah, for all
Yeah.
3 minutes.
It's real chill.
Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Oh, thanks for this sub, Usable Mind.
Ooh, excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, usable mind. Thank you for the sub. Also, it's the very beginning of stream, so we can actually sit and thank people.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
thank you everybody who subbed like over the last few nights. You're the best.
Mm-hmm. By that,
Oh
I mean
god,
we
yeah, no,
are
I
going
noticed
to
a lot of
sub.
people subbing while we were doing the community stream. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, Oh, this session's gonna be good.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited.
I just keep clicking back and forth between Twitch and my Roll20, and I keep wondering why the Twitch viewers aren't getting to see the spinning Noctua in space.
Oh, yeah, okay. Let me...
Oh, also while we're doing an introduction, I should
Yeah.
I should do something real fast because I did
Yeah.
it and it's very important.
Oh,
Bam.
where? What? Oh my
Yeah.
God! Yes.
Of course. Yeah.
I earned that.
You did earn that. Unfortunately, while we were in the Indigo, I could not deploy this, so
That
I'm doing
makes
it here now instead.
Yeah. Get used to it.
It's my best friend.
It's your best friend. And we're gonna take away that now. You keep spinning.
Okay. that's fine.
Taking away the pretty heart. Look at Batface again.
Welcome back to Sleeping Shadow.
You're never sleeping again.
Oh,
Proceeds to chew on the top of Noctua's head. Ow, 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 ow.
Kawamori's.
That's basically a summary of how the Kawamoris have been doing so far. They've been
Yeah.
like a bat chewing on her head, and she's like, "Ow, stop!" And they're getting closer and closer to their doinker. And when they finally get to her doinker, that's when it's all fucking
That's
over.
when it's all fucked.
Yeah, you've crossed the fucking line.
You've crossed the frickin' line.
Tune into Sleeping Shadow Session 4 where they bite the doinker, probably.
Yeah.
The doinker.
That was actually the alternate title for this. We've got Wake the Dragon. We've also got Bite the Doinker.
My
It did not go over as well.
Hang on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can just fix something real fast.
Oh, the final chapter of Indigo.
there
Oh
we go.
god.
Doinker bites back.
There we go. There we go.
Bite the doinker.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
There we go. Ugh, get hype, Christian. Get fucking
I'm
moving. Get going.
Oh, I'm moving.
I want to start?
Okay. What you want to start? Let's give at least one more minute to just let people kind of cycle in, and then we'll get started. Let's also do introductions. How about that?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's wacky.
Okay. Yeah, sure thing. Well, I'll give it a start. Hi, I'm Christian. I run Carbon Interface, 13th God, Sleeping Shadow right now, and I also have a Patreon. Christian Sibbitt, Sibbitt on Patreon. You go over there, you'll find some hidden stuffs. I'm gonna actually be doing an update for it soon. Been pretty focused on this, but maybe stop by, maybe you'll see that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
that's all I got. I'm GMing.
yeah, I'm Aloha. I do a lot of stuff in the background, like making maps and helping Christian with the various other things he does. Yeah, and I'm also cameraman this session, so yeah. If you want to commission me to make maps or something, you can check me on Twitter at IJustWantAloha. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the player today. If you follow me on Patreon on the Windrose Everlasting thing, we got a Discord. We actually got to talking about how Noctua changed in this session and how she's currently dying. So yeah, go check that out. Also, we got an official website, Stabbyness.com. It organizes all of our shows, and I know this because I have to update it every single time we make something new. Furthermore, if you find any errors on the website, at me on whatever server. I love to fix them. That's it. That's all I got.
All right. Ooh. In that case, hey, Jay.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Alrighty. In which case, we have to do something first, you know?
Of course.
Of course.
It's
time
tradition at this point.
It's tradition. It's time to ask what happened last time on Sleeping Shadows.
What? I'm just in space. No. Put me on the ground. Please?
No.
No?
No.
No?
Pop.
No!
Except, last time on Sleeping Shadows,
Uh-huh.
you were running through a burning city. It was full of ash from a recent arson attack. You were running with your good friend, Teach, by your side, stepping each labored breath as you kept moving across the streets of Indigo. The weight of your body was weighing upon you as you moved, injuries fresh, honestly, everywhere. Fierce fighting had taken to every street corner that you were organized on, spreading from the Raujin district all the way up to Seaside. Every single movement as you stretched your legs felt like agony on your entire body, until eventually you pulled off to the side with your friend in the Seaside. This was a terrible mistake, one of the worst mistakes of your life. As you kept moving, you pulled into the alleyway yourself and were immediately encountered with a number of, hired thugs wearing nothing more than jackets over them. And in their hands, they had clubs, knives, otherwise, and they started to move in. But this wasn't so much of a concern to you. As they approached, you ended up fighting a few back, splitting off into a furor of fighting. And eventually, you managed to at least draw some breath as you pulled back. You got a better look at your surroundings. Looking to either side, you noticed blood spilling, thugs and some Riviera's goons. They've hounded you quite a lot, and finally they seem to be pulling out all the stops. moving with whatever sort of fury they can muster to try to take you out for good. As you stop, you feel, at least to some degree, injured. You check on yourself and you're like, ooh, yeah, no, this is bad. Really, really bad.
Boy.
As you already feel
boy.
pretty damn wounded.
Oh.
You stumble back with only one purpose in mind. A singular feeling inside of you. It's a core of your being. If you had to say, the feeling of it is almost akin to a bit of loyalty for yourself and for the person behind you. As you turn, you see her leaning up against the wall slightly, slowly pulling up your friend as she starts to stumble a bit forward. But she's not alone in that endeavor, as more people start to rush into the alleyway. Alright, Noctua, roll to die for me.
Oh boy, that's exciting. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Is this start of round of combat, or am I protecting myself?
This is start a round of combat.
Okay, that's good. Fucking ready to rock.
Damn, you right yourself just to the best of your ability. You try to move, and as you kind of stand up a bit, you feel all of that energy pour into this last portion of yourself. This part of yourself with rings like a bell during an apocalypse, a last bastion of safety from everything that surrounds you, that which will push you forward and protect you that is important to you. You stand, your weapon to your side, and you stare ahead. What do you do?
She takes a few steps forward, trying to basically use her momentum and weight, all of this that's dragging her down, to actually just force her forwards. Like a rock rolling down a hill, she begins to move, flames licking at either side. Consciousness is blurring, but just the same, she uses that same force, that speed, to drive herself forward. She's going to strike at these people.
All right, you move forward. Give me a roll to do.
She's fucking ready.
You move in and you feel yourself pushing with more fury than you've ever had before in your life. You move forward and you almost bypass your spears. You just punch this man, knocking him straight back over and into this darkness of some kind? The darkness of the dawn? Something. You push and stand next to your friend who kind of moves up a bit to your side. And then, that in mind, they start moving in as well. Each rushing in with more fury, attempting to go in and attack you. The first moving in and kind of cutting at you with a knife. Let me just roll that for you. That's what they do. Wow, yeah, just roll to die. You can actually... Oh, wow, yeah! You grab that hand and deflect them back, and they almost stumble and fall right back against the wall, hitting it, collapsing down, and kind of recovering and standing up again. This other opponent of yours, however, begins to move in and will clash with you.
Of course.
Ooh.
She doesn't know what's going on. Her entire head hurts, but that doesn't actually matter very much. She just moves, almost dancing along with the fire. That's right, she can't exactly keep track of their attacks. All of them that are coming in from strange angles, or they'd be normal, but something about her head is swimming. She can't quite make them out right, but that doesn't exactly matter. There's a splat as this person's driven backwards. Follow their feet, try to draw a conclusion based on that. Strike simply and make sure that your spear actually manages to find the target. That's all it takes. She spins it back around and prepares for the next few.
The next few come up, however, they don't seem to come for you. Instead, they went to fight your friend in the corner. Let's roll for them and see what happens. This is the first one. Wow, okay. It's a clash, so we'll see how she does back. Alright, second. Let's see, what's the second one gonna... Jeez.
Oh
okay.
my god.
Let's do the second one back. Okay, yeah, that's...
yes.
Yeah. The first one comes in and goes with a stab. Your friend is stabbed directly in her abdomen. You almost hear the sound of the knife ripping into the shirt and piercing into the flesh as she thrusts forward with her palm, knocking him back but kind of stumbles herself. The second one goes in trying to take advantage, but they make a critical mistake believing that would actually, that this singular attack would be able to knock your friend off enough to get a free hit like what he's going for. Instead, she catches the wrist, twists him. He almost slips on the blood as she presses down her knee directly on his head onto the floor, knocking him unconscious in a single action. And as it happens, roll again. Roll to die for me next turn.
Okay. Drop. Go. Ooh.
Ooh.
Not so good.
Do that. Okay.
Actually, you know what?
What's
Fuck
up?
it. We're going in wild.
Ooh, fun. So, Noctua,
Yes.
you drop out of any color in general, and you feel yourself almost voided of anything. As you kind of look around and you feel this wild furor kind of swift, like, fall over you, and you're not entirely sure where this is coming from. Not the emotion, everything. What's going on? You can't quite remember. The other person begins moving up, and with that in mind, your companion, however, seems to move up first, pulling out a weapon of her own, and she flings it directly across at this person. However, as she goes in, the person brandishes what their weapon was all along, deciding to escalate things just a little bit, trying to get a good angle. They pulled out a gun, and as they aim it up, your friend's weapon comes in, and although she manages to push it off just a bit, the bullet still fires out and almost grazes across her neck, causing her to fall back down against the floor. As it happens, the turn turns to you.
She's going to dart forward and counterattack immediately.
You do so.
This is a normal roll to die.
Oh wait, it's a wild roll though. Or no, you
It
rolled
is.
not. Oh yeah, because you.
Yep.
Nice, cool. Oh, you can't fucking beat that. All right, how do you defeat this man?
Okay, seeing that the gun came out, like, Noctua's entire existence sort of ceases for a moment as the gunshot rings out. It almost seems to be a moment of silence, and in that moment, there's actual clarity. She doesn't have any time to appraise the damage. No, that would be a mistake at this point. So instead, she simply closes the distance, moving in on this person and striking them with her arrow. She whacks him on the back of the head and brings him to the ground.
You do so, and as that occurs, you feel them kind of start to stumble back a bit. And with that in mind, you turn over for a moment, and you notice your companion is very wounded, almost as bad as you. They kind of start standing up again, holding onto their neck and just trying to stay alive in the mix of all this. They try to speak to you in a moment, but the words are muted. They're weird. Noctua, what do you do?
There's still somebody up, so she's gonna take a second. That ringing in her ear is almost overwhelming her for a second, and then she's gonna whirl around and try to deal with this person.
All right, you do so. You turn around as you hear someone kind of approaching, and yeah, give that a roll then.
Okay. Last one. That one isn't so good.
That isn't so good. Let's see what happens. Let's see.
Yeah, holy shit.
Shit. So you kind of go in and you sort of get in like a pitched combat with this person, starting to swing and move as someone else kind of musters behind you. And with that in mind, you feel them kind of back up, and you feel something press up behind you, and your hand locks with it. This person is going to give you a hand as moving in. Hey, Noctua.
Yeah.
Act as if you're red for this next attack as they come in to attack you.
Ooh, excellent.
So you're red, you clash, as the person behind you gives you a bat. Oh.
Oh, yeah, it's wounded.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
Let me just temporarily unwound.
Yeah. Super fair.
Red. Swing. Red. There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a bad
Ooh.
roll.
That's
It's
a bad roll.
fucking roll.
You go in, and this last person kind of blocks with their arms, both of them raising up. The bat almost shatters as you bring it down. That obviously must have hurt, but he remains strong regardless and goes over and gives you a punch, knocking almost both of you back for a moment on off of your feet. He kind of steps up, and as that happens, turn resets.
Let's drop and re-roll and re-wound red. Yeah!
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Friends.
That's what we love to see. All right, so let me just... Okay, gotcha. So, as this person kind of stands up again, they reach down real fast, and they pull up the splintered remains of the bat, and they raise it up and try to jab it down directly at you as they approach in the middle of this fight. They seem almost furious at this point. A fervor has been pushed on them as he keeps moving forward.
Noctua does her best to try to understand what's happening, but it's just not clicking.
No. Oh! And as that happens, you feel yourself almost pulled back as your partner kind of moves to the side and takes the hit for you, kind of crumpling down for a moment as you stumble up and make an action for me.
She's going to try to build that same momentum, build off of whatever heat or fury is around, and strike back.
Oh.
But she is not fucking moving. Her body isn't responding. It's breaking down. There's so much blood.
You feel yourself sitting there. You want to act. You want to push, but everything is stopping you. If anything, as you notice your friends start to stand up again, standing to almost hold you there, this person steps back, depositing their bat, and they reach into their coat, pulling out something. And in a moment, they pull out a lighter as well. And a single light flares up amidst the sunset. More fire for a fire, more fire to light upon this city on this day. Yet another fire to catch in a back alley. Nothing special, nothing remarkable. As he lights an object that he tosses directly in front of him. Your friend holds themselves firm to block. In this moment, as you stare up, you feel everything just around you kind of start to pull in a little bit more. Everything begins pulling in directly and kind of closing in. As you watch this friend, you think about what's going on right now. You think about what's happening. And above everything, you can't shake it. As you get up, despite everything, you feel like you want to fight. You want to fight back. But as that Molotov cocktail comes down directly in front of you on your friend, all you can say, all you can feel is like a failure. And suddenly, just like that, you're awake again. You almost shoot up out of a bed.
She sits up, all of a sudden, shifting around, partially entangled in the covers. Okay. No, I'm somewhere. Oh, she quickly looks around, checks the sky steel.
Sky Steel is still on.
That is still a problem, but I recognize this place. She's going to I'm gonna unwound my shit.
Yeah, unwound all your shit, everything.
Then she's gonna roll for some big brain.
All right. You very quickly pull yourself up and give me a roll. That's pretty big brain.
That's a huge brain. That's a 20 brain.
20 brain, yeah.
It would also be, wait, no. Yeah, I'm going with the 20 brain. She sits up, the feelings of that fire still like warm against her cheeks. And then she actually just sits down cross-legged. Okay. So, if I am going to process all of that information, I need to think pretty deeply about it. She starts to think, well, if I had to guess, based on the burn marks on Taka's face, as well as the way Juji reacted to everything. I think I know how Taka died. That sucks.
Oh.
She thinks very deeply to herself. I will
You-
not tell him any of that.
Yeah. You feel like you just signed yourself up on some non-disclosure agreement that plenty of other people have signed on, but you've made one for yourself.
I made a promise. He said he didn't want to know about that person. It is a shame what happened to them. Also, a shame that Juji was not strong enough to protect him. If I were there, I would have done much better.
You kind of hold yourself and you kind of nod your head. Okay, that's solved. Now, the second thing that comes up. Okay, I had a dream about a memory I didn't have. What does Noctua think about
Yes.
that?
I think that is a problem. Suddenly, the dumbass, thinking backwards as always, is like, ah, yes. Wow. And then she
You
stands up and
stumble
starts to
out
move
of
across
bed.
the room.
You kind of move up and you're like, okay. You kind of stop, check around, and you move outside. And as you step outside, you hear the sounds of someone in the kitchen. Well, howdy.
Good morning.
Wow,
I
you're
assume-
up early today. Yeah, I haven't even gone to work yet.
Excellent. She walks in and then sits down. I had a horrific nightmare.
Oh, dang. She kind of like gives a little bit of a frown. You want some cheesy bread?
Yes.
Alrighty. She kind of like she fucking takes up a plate and then just kind of like, well, okay. A little bit of cheesy bread makes everything better.
That is factually correct. Noctua reaches down and
Cheesy bread fell underneath the table. That's fine.
the table
It's
ceases to be.
She hands it to you. It's in your hands, so it doesn't have an icon.
I will eat the cheesy bread under the table, as is
All right.
Zyvosi culture. No,
No, okay.
she starts chewing on the cheesy bread, and
Mhm.
something feels a little off.
Mhm.
Normally, Noctua's appetite it's pretty much bottomless, and as she sort of starts to chew through it, she starts to feel something weird. She starts to feel satiated. This is really
Goddamn.
good.
I was drinking water. Oh, don't like my cheesy bread? You got an expression on.
No, I like it just the same. I like it just the same as always. It's just I don't. It doesn't taste the same as I remember.
She kind of like furrows her brow a bit. Well, I mean, sometimes I'm not too hungry after I wake up from a nightmare. You think it's that, or is it something else?
I guess so. Noctua's gourmand gift is locked out. She gains
Yeah.
nothing from eating this cheesy
No.
bread other than the experience of eating cheesy bread, which is admittedly pretty good.
Yeah.
So she still eats and she's like, oh, okay, that's fine then.
Yeah. Noctua kind of like, as you notice, she kind of, Beatrice stops. She just looks across. Yeah. My goodness. Everything been going all right with you recently?
Yes.
All right. Good. She says, I'm just, she kind of like, scratches at her chin a little bit. Well, or kind of pressing her finger up and holding it there, just thinking, well, I suppose I'm just curious because, well, usually nightmares and all that such are very much tied to stresses we're feeling in our life and stuff like that.
That is
But-
true. They are, however, other people's nightmares, and as such are likely other people's stresses as well.
Oh, other people's nightmares?
Of course, yes.
I have heard of some people occasionally dreaming up the same dreams. Oh, that must be so interesting. Imagine that, being tied by fate to be able to dream the same things as another person. That sounds positively wonderful.
That sounds delightful. In my case, I have experienced 3 people's worst nightmares.
Oh, she kind of stopped. Well, that ain't as great, I have to say.
It was still a learning experience. I feel like I've developed a lot from each of them.
Yeah, she kind of like stops a bit. I'm a... Oh. There seems to be something on her mind. Okay, I have to ask. Sorry, Noctua, are you still okay? I really went ham on you over in them fighting tournament. I didn't mean to go that hard. I'm sorry.
Oh, right, that I had forgotten about that.
Oh, dang it! You should have just let you forget. Damn.
I was
She buries her hands in her face.
I was preoccupied with other things. Yes, you did beat me with the butt of your rifle.
I was hoping that I could make up something really nice to give thanks, but I don't know. Oh man.
Ah, I see. You feel guilt.
Yes, I feel guilt.
Understandable. Noctua offers nothing additional after that and continues chewing her cheesy bread. However, it was the midst of combat, and as such, I think you have every right to act as viciously as possible.
All right, I'll take that. I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with that. I'll just do better. If that's really all it takes, I'll just do better next time.
Yes.
If I get in the theory of combat, I'll be mad, but I'm never gonna be mad at you if it's not in a fight.
Oh.
And if we fight again.
I was going to suggest if next time by do better, you should try to hit more near the base of my neck, because that would drive me to unconsciousness immediately. You hit me in the back of my head, which my hair absorbed most of the shock.
I should she kind of I was trying to.
I think your techniques could use some work.
She stopped a bit. In her head, she's like, I was trying to hit you there, but I was too small. But she does not finish that thought, and instead it's just like, you're quite right. Maybe I should practice a little more.
However, your arm was quite powerful, and your determination was even stronger.
Well, thank you.
I certainly give you a passing grade. She smiles and twinkles.
Alrighty then. Well, if I pass, I guess that's good. I failed, but I passed, you know?
Yes.
Failed the challenge, but I passed in training.
I still think, if you encounter the Kawamoris, you should not face them.
Right. No, I sure as heck won't. That sounds like it would be, plenty brutal. Plenty brutal, them mobsters.
Yes, you're plenty powerful, but at the same time, their boss is, She thinks about it. He's imbued with two great assets. He's very cool, and also, as I have learned recently, very sad.
She kind of stops. Oh, that's... Huh. Well, I suppose those are the two things that make a scary champion.
Yes. Noctua nods.
Anyone can be strong, but not everyone can be sad. He says almost mocking.
Noctua's expression changes when she says that. Wow.
I want to put that one to mine. That was just a joke.
I'm writing it down. Not everyone can be strong. She's like writing in Land Cotton very, very like ugly, scratchy writing. Everyone can be strong, not everyone can be sad. That goes straight in the journal.
I feel like it's the opposite, but okay. She kind of leans back in her chair again. Well, all right then. So, what's your plans for the day? Everything going okay? How'd that graveyard sneaking go?
That went spectacularly, just as planned. Saku delivered the message perfectly.
And that's...
I think I got beaten up.
Huh. She kind of checks. You think, huh?
Maybe. I don't know. Which is why I need to re-encounter Juji again.
Is it like that last time you sort of like blanked out in your memories?
Yes.
She kind of thinks. Well, I see. You seem to be taking it in stride, however.
Sort of. Next on my, I should really take some time to myself to just sit and think. Maybe sort out my mind a bit. Everything's been going so fast lately. I haven't had much time to center myself.
She thinks. Well. Okay. She kind of claps her hands together. You need a few good spots in mind? There's plenty around this district.
Yes, if you could recommend anywhere.
She kind of thinks a bit. Well, do you... Well, what, I mean, if you're just looking for a pretty view somewhere quiet, you can always, well, answer, are you the kind that gets distracted by the brushing of the waves, or are you the kind that finds peace in those little ambient sounds?
I did not have waves where I am from, but I grew accustomed to them after riding on a boat for so long. They don't bother me anymore.
Well, you could always go sit down by the pier, and if that's a bit too much, you could always, well, some of them buildings can get pretty warm and stiffy, uncomfortable because they're all like, I mean, you go inside of them and it's all stuffy, it's all, poor insulation. But I mean, if you don't mind that.
She stands up. Perhaps I will go into the woods.
I suppose. The woods, huh? Yeah. Oh, yes. She kind of claps her hands together. If you're looking for the woods, right outside, just go right behind the house, right past that gate in the little dumpster, and you'll find, well, there's this nice overgrown park. It's very pretty, but it's a bit, it's basically the woods now.
Oh,
very nice spot.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Thank you for the advice. I'm going to get to meditating. Thank you for the cheesy bread.
Oh, no problem. She kind of thinks a bit. Oh, and if you, she kind of thinks. Oh, you know what? Since you ain't feeling it now, I'll make a really good feast tonight. It's gonna be so much food, we won't even be able to eat it all.
I look forward to it. Her eyes are glittering.
Kind of, all right. Have a nice day now.
Thank you. Have a good day. She runs downstairs and outside.
All right. Just give me a single moment as I start to get this set up real fast. But yeah, you resolve to head on out and well, just have a really calm moment of meditation. Noctua, any final moments or any final things you want to say to Beatrice, or are you good?
I think she's good, actually. She's gonna see Beatrice later for a big old feast.
Absolutely. Cool. In which case, since there is nothing, I'm just gonna set the map up. I archived this map because I didn't know if we needed it. But it makes a lot of sense to pull it out again, so. Alright, Noctua.
Yes.
Where are you? There you are. You stumble on out, and you find yourself out early morning. Yeah, the sun's barely rising above the clouds now, and it gives everything a kind of hue. It's almost a mirror of the dream you just had in a way, except instead of it being, yeah, it's interesting. But regardless, you are still, honestly, the air here coming over from the river, it's a lot more fresh, a lot more familiar, and you're feeling a lot better. You're able to easily separate out that dream from your reality. In fact, if anything, you think you're getting better at it.
Yes, there are a lot of discrepancies in there, such as the fact that Teach was hit and only rolled 120.
Yeah. It's
extremely fake.
It is a weird experience. Because even everything there as you can walk off, it's up, and it's like she talked across the fence next to the dumpster.
Across the fence next to the dumpster.
Yeah. As you kind of cross over, there are a lot of strange details. Your brain almost seemed to fill in gaps of information you couldn't entirely fill out in the moment. And as a result of that, it left you, as you keep riding off, a little bit, well, you were wondering if this too is some form of sensitivity, perhaps.
Yes.
This strange feeling of, or this kind of like putting in your own sensations, or if you can't just see it perfectly, or what exactly is going on. But you think, above it all, before you even get your meditation started, it does fall into one category. The reason it's so hard to place is because you're built different, and it just appeared differently because it's you and your situation.
Of course.
But eventually, you stumble off and kind of cut your way past through the woods. You find yourself almost drifting up. You see a little altar up top with some flowers that have been delivered. A really damaged plush toy almost seems to kind of be leaning down against the flowers there. And you kind of hold yourself for a moment. This park is overgrown, a bit littered, but otherwise pretty clear.
Noctua is going to move up to the altar and sit down in front of it.
All right, you can do so.
And she's going to put the plush toy in her lap.
I see. Let me just, very important as you do that, I should grab it.
Don't steal it, huh?
Let's see. Up, there we go. Up, there we go. Plush toy.
Excellent.
In your lap.
Excellent.
There you go. It's very cute.
Yeah. She just sits there with the plush toy and starts to think.
And so, you think. Tell me, Noctua, what are you thinking about?
We're going to find out. We're going to find
Nice.
out. Yeah, we think about it. Yeah.
I'm just gonna find a different track. Keep going.
She sits here and lets like the rustling breeze sort of pass her by. Right now, Noctua is very technically speaking on what she would consider a crisis scenario. Mechanically, in the mechanical world, she only has 2 available gift slots. All 4 have been the 4 remaining ones have been overtaken by her Skysteel, and soon it'll overtake all that's left of what she is. But weirdly, she feels centered or on the cusp of discovering something. For some reason, she has no doubt that over the next few days, she will find a solution to her problem. Or, if she doesn't, that was simply the limits of her ability. So, she sits there and slowly inhales and exhales. She's not worried about her current impending situation, just making sense of a lot of the things she's experienced lately. Let's think about sensitivity, that thing that she's been putting off a lot. She decides to settle in and really try to focus on exactly the experiences she's come into contact with. What Barbados called a sky demon, and like exactly how it interplays with her own life. The sensitive experiences that she's had are Cassius, Seliph, and Juji, right?
Yes.
Those are the stronger ones, but she's still felt impressions and emotions from
You
other
have.
people,
You
right?
could even remember feeling it across randomly, like that stranger who gave you that fake quest to go to basically get ambushed by Saku. There were many instances where you felt small little pushes.
Okay.
And yeah.
She's going to immediately separate out in her head. Those small pushes. That's something that she can handle. She just needs to adapt, she'll get used to it. That much is simple. The problems. Let's focus in on the problem areas. There were 3 of them. Cassius, Seliph, Juji. Why? And, she's going to try to explore those sensations again in her head, starting with Cassius.
Alright, you do that. And I almost say as you kind of dip into your head again, you start to think, okay, why was that? And as you do that, I'm gonna ask you a question, Jay.
Yeah.
Are you going to basically just ponder those within, or would you like to almost dip in and pull from yourself and maybe pull out Solitarius, or go inside of your Skysteel Somnium to engage with it?
The latter sounds way more fun.
All right. You kind of pull almost a bit, and you think, all right, let's think then. And you kind of feel yourself dip into meditation. And as you do, something Well, it seems to make sense. As meditation, the very act of it is pulling yourself away from the world to think carefully and clearly. And as you do that, again, very sensibly, that brings you to, well, the place you go when you need that sort of solace and peace. First off, let me drop you here. Let's see. And there. Noctua,
Yes.
you, let's see. That seems weird. Why is it like that? There we go. Okay. You pull yourself back, and as you kind of pull awake, you see the person in front of you. And they are also kind of looking across and just like, oh, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Glad to be back.
She kind of thinks, but why back here?
Well, I haven't meditated in a while, and it's actually something I'm pretty good at. So, I wanted to go to a familiar place in order to confront unfamiliar feelings.
She thinks, I see. Excellent. She kind of floats up and kind of settles and remains silent for a moment as you find yourself back here. This place that you later identified as, well, a place that held so much for you, but was almost a personification of that very, that very strong sense of longing that was shared between you and Cassius.
Okay, I found the bridge. I found the connection that's connecting me to Cassius.
She kind of turns over then. Yes, what is it?
It's the sense of longing. It's when I went into Cassius's room, I sensed this overwhelming sense of yearning. And then she thinks about that for a second. Oh, I see. I see. She stands up and actually seems to get a little bit more visibly excited afterwards. I think I'm starting to get it.
Yes?
Following the path from here to Cassius's. Here, come with me. We're going on a trip.
Oh, I see. She kind of stops and floats off. Where are you taking her?
We're gonna go to Cassius's.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's go. Let me just pull that one up as well.
Yeah.
As you almost step out and you feel things again kind of like shift up around you, and you're like, oh wow, what's going on? And you are again almost transported to that spot that here. You stand at the empty shell of where you stood previously. Here you see these hanging supports at a building that has long crumbled and fallen into the abyss. A building that was conquered by you, to say the least. And you, yet again, sit here and kind of ponder on what this form looked like originally when you first came here.
What was it? Hold on a second. Hop. Okay. She's gonna pick up the googly eyes.
You pick up the googly eyes.
Excellent. These are very important. She hops back over here. I'm starting to sense it. The bridge that connects me and him a little bit. It's a commonality. It's normally when I feel the emotions of others. She starts shaking the googly eyes and then lets out a giggle.
Solitarius kind of goes in and slams her head onto them and then just kind of pulls back a bit.
Noctua starts laughing uncontrollably again.
What do you see? What do you see?
I see the truth, but I also see my best friend.
She puts up a wing up to her and kind of blocks her face out of a form of, perhaps, at first it seemed, is it mock? No, it must be real embarrassment.
But I'm starting to see it. So, that feeling of longing, it's what connected me to Cassius, right?
She pulls her wing down and the googly eyes are deposited on it. Yes.
Now, what connected me to Seliph was that cold. So, Noctua starts to loosen herself up a little bit, and then she looks over and ahead, and she goes, I'm going to try to remember that blizzard then.
That blizzard. Very well.
You pull yourself forward a little bit and you think, okay, that blizzard. Should be easy enough. Remembering the cold isn't too hard anymore.
Nope.
You feel a lot of that unblocked from your brain as going over here, you stand with Solitarius in a frigid cold.
Back in this blizzard's almost like glass. Noctua starts to move back through it again. Okay, this I remember clearly. This is a point of commonality between me and Selith. She starts to close in. Okay. It's easy to move between these, and it seems like that's what causes it. It's not just something that they felt, but it's something that I feel too. So, let's try to do the last one then.
Yes, the legacy? Was that what we called it?
Yes. That sensation, it's not just that. Noctua emotions, like, she's shivering, top to bottom.
Yeah.
This place, what I've seen from both Cassius and Seliph, these worlds that I've seen and my sensitivity, all of this only animates because it's something that I've personally felt. Those bonds of family, all of that, it's not something I experienced during my lifetime, so it wouldn't create a place as cold as this. And then she looks at Solitarius and moves in. So the question is, what connects me to Juji? Is it that legacy? Is it just that, or is it... She starts to think back on the exact note that the dream ended on, and she tries to focus in on that first and foremost. That feeling of being a failure. Not just a legacy. No. A legacy is something handed down, and you can relate to your legacy in 100 different ways. You could be proud of it, Noctua is. You could be ashamed of it, Noctua is to a certain extent. You could tackle a legacy in a million different ways. However, there was one thing that made Noctua feel like she was Juji in that moment. That moment of failure. She tries to draw that emotion out, to go back to that place.
You close your eyes and you feel coldness replaced by the coldness of snow and frigid air replaces with the coldness of a chamber that has been left empty and frigid inside of the dank recesses of, well, a cave system.
Here again? Noctua starts looking around. Interesting. Why would I come here when interacting with him?
She kind of thinks.
Yes, that is an interesting question. I'm afraid I do not have the answer. But
she's gonna look up at this one. What's on this pedestal?
On this pedestal?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit hard to really place because, again, you're just so small as a child. To see the top is, it's a bit hard. But you can tell it's something you desperately want to reach. It's something you wish you could grab and hold on to. Something that you wish you could accomplish. Something that, well, something that can only be tied to you. But you know now that the way this sensitivity seems to manifest is there needs to be a tied point. Something familiar.
She looks up and over. Thinks about it real hard. She's gonna think back to Juji's hands. She thinks
Juju's hands.
Like she blacked out the second she saw them, more or less. She wants to see if she can pry anything of that memory back here in this place.
I see. Okay. In that case, I want you to roll for me. I think that's
okay.
going to be
I do not have my legs on this map.
Yes, that's
There,
fine.
okay.
Let me pop them.
I'm big now.
You know what? Actually, Yeah, you are big. You feel
I'm
yourself
big
living
now.
up to the occasion. This chamber gets a little more closer to the correct size as you kind of seem to stand up and focus.
Okay. If I can figure it out. Ooh, yes, I will
That's pretty
gladly take
good.
that black dice.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You-
she tries to look
so-
at everything as a whole and tries to remember specifically his hands.
You gaze back into this place, and this time you look within yourself and find this place not from the panic of losing yourself to the sky steel, but instead you gaze back reflectively upon this memory, this home you've created for your what spare thoughts remain inside of yourself, and being able to gaze upon it with that side of yourself that is so frequently locked out of this place, you yet again ponder this room, and you think you might be able to tie it a little bit more. In fact, as you look back, you think this isn't just the weight of a legacy, because that doesn't quite make sense. Juji and you both obviously have a legacy you're living up to, but it feels different. It just felt different. You try to think back and pull on, what's up with those hands? What happened with those? What is that? And it's hard to pull anything out from there. It's hard to really grab memories from the Sky Steel back, at least to do so without directly conflicting with it. But as you do think, you do actually think you're starting to piece together a bit more about this room.
She looks around the room, and now that she's bigger, she is going to check exactly which champion's altar this is.
Yeah. You check over at this altar, and you can confirm for looking over that the pedestal here is... You gaze around the rest of the room to confirm, and you see the 3 other champions' pedestals, all of them with a weapon laid upon them, kind of shadowed out, a shaded form that doesn't come to mind. You can look at this one, and by a process of elimination, you could say, yes, this is Noctua's pedestal, but the weapon itself is not on here. In fact, the pedestal is empty. The burden has already been assembled. You've already taken it. The stress, the fear of a legacy, if you were to put it in different terms, it's more of like the stress of a legacy. The way, the goals, the things we wish to accomplish with what we have, all of these, how they weigh and twist themselves into our brain. When we can face these things directly, they so frequently manifest as something we can hardly see. Fear, anxiety, so much is pressurized and built upon when stress is put upon you. And you think about it, and you're like, you remember periods of your life before recently, not too far from now, where there was so much pressure, so much responsibility, so much weight, and yet also at the same time, so little people that seemed to actually care. Everything in that period was so much work, so little reward, so little satisfaction, always feeling like you weren't doing it. You weren't able to live up to what you're doing because you haven't done it yet. You weren't a hero yet. You weren't what you wanted to do. So much was missing.
She thinks on that pretty deeply. That's the commonality. That's what's drawing these emotions out of me. I wonder what moment made Juji feel like a hero then. If there was a moment at all. She thinks back to the hands. That scarification. What happened to them? And the reason why her Sky Steel panics whenever it sees it. She's going to try to think about that in particular.
All right. Give me a roll to do then.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, you're gonna roll. This is gonna be a clash, by the way.
Oh, excellent.
All right, that's gonna be.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good, though. It's gonna be hard. We'll see what happens.
Fuck!
You try to pull into your mind, but before I call this roll, Jay, you tell me what you think is going on.
I think, or is it me or what Noctua thinks?
I think Noctua would be fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noctua thinks that that Juji either had an encounter with Skysteel or some other horrific artifact that managed to, like, he basically traded his hands for, at least at the moment, some sort of success or power. Those are obviously cursed to shit, but an exchange was made. He had to do it. Basically, like, for some reason, he felt like he couldn't live up to that legacy without trading a part of himself for it.
You pull that in mind, Noctua. You try to pull back and look at those hands. And as you do that, you feel like there's got to be something. You tied to the Skysteel. Give me one more reroll real fast.
Okay.
I'm gonna reroll again with this thing. It's gonna be that's
a pretty good roll, but you never know.
Let's see what happens.
Nope.
So, I'll tell you something now. As you try to pull in.
Hey, Christian.
Yeah?
I'm gonna have the Hungering Abyss devour another of my gift slots. I want that 20.
Alright, Jay. You want that 20?
I want that 20.
You get that 20. You directly tear into your own mind, and you feel a bit start to fade as you pull in and start to gaze, forcing a memory to replay as you tear it out from your mind. And just have a single question for you, Jay.
Yeah.
Which memory are you going to pull from? The first or second time you fought Juji? Which one are you aiming for?
Second time.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna need a moment.
Oh boy.
It'll be fun. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, if you can get the stuff I need, please, that would be great. All right. So, Noctua.
Yes.
You reach inside of yourself. You sort of pull, and you feel this is not coming for free. You pull in, and you feel yourself dipping your. It's like dipping your hand into a bin of razors. You're trying to reach and pull onto something that does not want to give. This is an entity that only takes your Skysteel, and as you reach in, you push past, and you tell your Skysteel almost, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going in anyway. And you press pass and go inside and reach into yourself. You finding yourself once more. Hang on. Once more in that scene. As directly across from you, you come face to face with Juji. You see that same kind of shadowy form in front of you, and your eyes almost stay open as you find yourself once more in this graveyard. A glove is coming off, almost an infinite amount of just clouds spilling out from it. As you look across, finally though, you start to pull back a bit on that form. Almost like pulling the sheet off of it, you stare directly across at Juji. And as you look at him, you know what? He looks normal still. As that form faded, you're expecting to see some kind of curse spread across. Some form of just intense, terrifying aura sort of seemed to fire across him. But none of that is present there. In fact, as you look across, the only thing you notice are the hands. You stare directly in them. And as you look, you almost see a... Oh, That's what they are. Stretching up from his fingers all the way up to his upper arm, kind of cutting off right before the elbow, you see a just blue, frostbitten. All the way up, very similar to how yours looked, but a little different. Almost beyond what a normal frostbitten hand would look like, because at some point, the hand would simply die. But this hand continues to move as he takes off the other glove. This hand is wretched, loathful to look at. It's dead tissue that clings to the skin, and yet he still moves it. He grips his hands up, and as he clenches his fist, you see it happen almost instantaneously. As you look across, an ice seems to form, clinging across every single bit of it. That ice, as it seems to billow up around his hands, seems to cling and shiver across your sky steel. A warning flares across the entirety of it. A blatant memory kind of seems to spill across. Danger. Your sky steel itself is afraid. But as you stand there, you can kind of see yourself start to spill across as you feel an interaction almost seem to pool across your body. A conflict between you, your sky steel, and something else. And that's the weirdest thing. As you look back on this memory and you can stare at Juji for a second. You try to focus away from yourself for just this instant to look directly at Juji. What would you like to figure out, Jay? You're staring directly at him, and there's a ton you could figure out right now. I'm going to let you aim the gun.
See, aiming the gun at Juji right now would probably give me a lot of really juicy information. In fact, it might give me a good way to beat him in our upcoming fight, especially considering I only have one gift left. However, this is Noctua we're talking about. In this moment, she focuses on Juji, sees exactly what's happening with him, and it clicks with her. Of course I'd react this way. And you know who she's gonna aim this gun at? She's gonna aim it at her own fucking sky steel.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's fun.
Figuring out Juji, that's fine. She can do that in combat. In fact, she'd prefer it. Going in blind, that's the hero's way. But in this moment, she needs to know what's happening with her. All this is bullshit. She has to push it back and determine the truth of what's occurring within the Sky Steel. If this thing snaps her up before her fight with Juji, there will be no point. So instead, she's going to use this memory, burn it up. Why didn't the Sky Steel want to give this to her?
You stare directly in at your Sky Steel. You, instead of aiming at Juji, you push down. Why is your Sky Steel doing this? What is this weakness?
Yeah, how dare you? Why this memory, you ass?
And you punch right into it. You move in and stare directly at your Sky Steel, almost narrowing in at it again. Jay, I'm going to give you... It's probably been a while since you've heard this. You gain quintuple advantage against your Sky Steel.
Yes! Good! Okay.
All right. And you got to beat a 30, so yeah. Fucking...
Let's give it a shot. I don't know if she will.
I don't know if she will.
She can... Beat a 30. Okay. Thinking about how I can do this. Okay. She can do this, in fact. She is going to, in this case... This is a clash, you said, correct?
Yes.
Because it's black touch... This would theoretically be a black attribute touching a black attribute. Yeah, she can beat this, actually.
Ooh.
There's a guaranteed way to do this, in fact. She starts to push back against the Sky Steel, fighting tooth and nail. Her first roll impacts it, shattering instantly. And, she's gonna try it again. And, of course, that can't succeed. This is completely hopeless, right? Like, with her current attributes, with her current strength, there's no way she can outdo the power of Sky Steel. That's, of course, if you fight it like a fool. Taking this last roll, Noctua is going to actually drop out of her black attribute.
Ooh.
Instead, she's going to shift over. Yeah, the way you always overcome something like this. Meditation, serenity. You don't fight the feeling head on. You let it wash over you. The Sky Steel's afraid, you let it be. That's just another emotion. You let it pass. Noctua instead is going to roll to die.
Ooh.
And as she does, she's going to recite something very simple to herself.
Oh, yeah?
An old mantra that always seemed to keep her centered when times were darkest. A promise from one person to another. Someday, surely, we will meet again. She's going to recite the teachings of Shinpei to get this +3 bonus. Finally, I'm going to lock in Valiant Heart. That is a 12 plus a 12 for 24. Add in the 5 for blue, push it over with Shinpei, 32.
Excellent. You overcome even this overwhelming Sky Steel trying to tear back. You push against the very nature of Sky Steel, its consumption, and you almost you turn to it, and instead of fighting it, you wish to consume, try. And as it tears into you, you simply hold on. You wait and grab whatever memory attempts to flee you again. The Sky Steel eats and you simply step back in. A constant swirl of memories as you gaze into the Sky Steel. And as you look, a few things become apparent to you. One, you learn that by the very nature, the Sky Steel is not intelligent. This is something that you generally know. It acts on an instinct, a singular fear. In this moment, it tries to pull away and take away from you and block these memories simply because it feels as though you are not capable of defending from this incident. It believes that it is the only thing that truly knows how to defend itself against something such as this. This is the fear of Frost. But even deeper beyond that point, you accept that. But as the Sky Steel keeps roiling, you almost piece a little deeper as well. Why now? Why awaken here? Obviously, you've never seen it, but you do know. Seliph is a Frost Mage.
Yep.
But it never flared up just at the sight of anything like that. So why? Why with him? And with that, you don't fight, try to pull it out. Instead, you just think, why in general? You stare at your Sky Steel with inquisitive eyes. You gaze upon it, and, well, put it simply, it's tied a bit more to that sensitivity. Everything going on right now, the sensitivity inside of yourself. It was something new, a pressure being put on you. It was, if anything, it's almost stupid. It's honestly ridiculous. It's really just like a child not wanting to play ball. All this wants, the Sky Steel wants, is hegemony over you. It wants control. Everything here, everything happening within yourself, all it wants is the ability to, at any point, maintain control for its own safety. A parasite is free to let an owner continue with its functionality, so long as the parasite gets to live. And, so, with that in mind, if it was pressuring at any point, the obvious answer is that every time the Sky Steel is acted up, something or someone has tried to push and take over inside of you. And you fought back every single time. And as, once again, you stare across at Juji, he grips his hand, kind of pulls off a branch, and you notice that ice seems to form off, extending this branch as he almost holds it like the hilt of an icy sword. And as he stopped, he stares ahead, and he's not looking at you. In fact, his eyes seem to go right past you. He's gazing at something else. Noctua,
Yeah.
you feel that internal strife ended, but that's not because you ended it. This is just a memory. You were simply gazing as you're grabbing a technique from one Martha Teach almost. Just simply watching back a part of history and gazing across and looking as a spectator. But even still, it ended. What? And as you turn around, you stare up and look directly at this thing. Something you've never seen before. And you don't know what it is. All you can tell is that it's slowly emerging and seeping out from your body. And as you kind of stand there and look across it, it almost seems to twitch and move. A furiousness as it kind of spills out, calmness turning to rage itself, and then kind of spilling back into just this nothingness. And Yuji charges directly across and almost cuts into it as your body, moving to the side, you feel your legs starting to run. Yuji is left to fight this thing as it almost seems to spill across, moving almost placidly. You, regardless, almost watch as your Skysteel, moving away, doing the most infuriating thing possible, being a coward and fleeing. And as you move, a few other memories emerge. You keep moving up. You continue to almost hold yourself. Watch these extra steps that kind of seem to move as you go throughout the city, keeping distance and moving further away. But at that point, it all kind of seems to come back. All those other memories, while nice to see again, aren't the important ones. You almost seem to come back central here. And you have a lot of information now.
Well, okay. That is a lot to think about. But that's not a problem. Noctua says, with actually pretty much no gift slots remaining. She sort of stands up and dusts herself off, actually, putting the plush back down, and considers briefly, maybe I should repair this one. Then she opens and closes her Skysteel really quick. Okay, I understand what's going on with you. I get it. And then she almost takes her other hand and kind of pats it. Okay, it's about time we've had a talk. And then she starts to walk across, actually, for a little bit of a change of pace.
Nice.
She's gonna move over here to the benches and then sit down.
You do so.
And she realizes what her Skysteel's doing and what it's been doing this entire time. She realizes what this hungering abyss is. It is literally just afraid. She looks over and across, exhales, and then she's going to meditate again and go back to that very first room.
The room of longing?
Yes.
Let's go. You dip back under and start heading back. This time, I'm going to put you here alone as you step on inside through that door.
She moves in, and she's just gonna sit down in the middle of the floor.
You do so, sitting down and feeling these multiple veins almost popping up and spreading throughout.
She's going to just let that feeling wash over her. Let the veins spread where they might.
All right. You do so. You feel this overwhelming survival urge start to spread. All right. You know what time it is?
What time is it?
It's time for that. A classic roll.
Ah, there it is. Let's roll to die.
Now, question: do you have
Yeah.
5, 5, 5, 5 now?
I do.
Will that just tie, if I'm correct, math-wise, if you use Shinpei again? If you can. Oh, but
No, it'll be one short. Hmm. She can maybe beat this one.
maybe.
It's a long shot. She'll take a lot of damage doing it, but let me give myself a health bar really quick.
Yeah, do so.
It's time to confront some fucking inner demons.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let me set my swing really quick. Blue, value 5. Go. And then she's going to just let this feeling wash over her. And you know what? She's going to probably do the unwise thing and try to confront it head on. It is
All
not
right.
enough.
Oh, yeah. As that occurs, you feel like you take 22 points of damage as you feel an overwhelming sense of survival start to pang inside of you. This almost ravaging that almost kind of tears away at you just so slightly.
And she tries to push back as best she can as she feels the Sky Steel encroach more and more and more. She exhales and is going to let it continue.
All right, get a roll for me.
Okay. She's going to relax. Now it's 4, 4, and 4. Instead of swing. Blue. 4. Give it another
Oh,
go. Okay.
that's a
She's
pretty good
going to
one.
try to fight back against it. And this time she
Ooh.
does a lot better.
Yeah.
She starts to feel out the emotion and actually force it back. And then something falters in her mind again.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna take the damage from that as if she'd failed.
Ooh, so that's 20 damage then.
She's gonna take the 20.
Tell me, what faltered?
She starts to push back as hard as she can. She's fighting back. No, this is a matter of my survival. Then she stops. No, wait, hold on. No. And then that rush travels through her, almost an electric charge. And she just sits there quietly. She realized something. All this pushing back, all this internal strife, all this internal combat, that's not how you fucking deal with an anxiety attack. You don't push back and fight tooth and nail against it. Noctua actually folds her arms and legs. She's gonna try to roll something against this instead.
Ooh.
She's going to try to figure out I think the best comparison would be she wants to make this an empathy roll.
Oh, you want to empathize then?
I'm gonna try to empathize. Let's give this another shot. Okay, yeah, give me another roll.
All right, let's go.
Excellent.
Oh, you did it.
Okay. Noctua's gonna lock out a dice from whatever is occurring here. In this case, she's going to lock out she's gonna lock out blue.
Okay.
And she's gonna guess whatever emotion is overwhelming her right now is tell me, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, I'm gonna blind fire.
Okay.
The sensation that's moving through her body right now. Is this the black attribute?
It's not actually, no.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's something that's actually to keep in mind. This thing doesn't have a black attribute.
She sits there and tries to feel it out, sensations coursing across her body again. Okay. In that case, what are you exactly? Is it just fear? Is it as simple as that? She's going to sit and just wait. And the next time that another one of those waves comes, she's not going to clash with it.
Okay. You almost feel it like... Okay. So you wait there, and you try to avoid any stimuli.
Yeah.
And you kind of just sit and wait. And as you sit, nothing seems to happen. As you hold yourself there, and you sit there simply waiting patiently, nothing going on. With no stimuli, it does not seem to act.
So it only responds if I'm going to do something. For some
Only
reason, it currently sees me as an enemy. She starts to think a little bit more. That other thing. I wonder if I can find it in here somewhere. She starts to stand up. And is going to move and seek out whatever that other thing was.
Alright. You can move then. You try to go and find that other thing inside of yourself. You attempt to move across and... Okay. I'm gonna put us to break real quick. I'm gonna grab some water. Huh?
Oh, I see.
Yes. I need to get some stuff prepped up, and I'm gonna grab some water and stuff. So 5-minute break real fast.
5-minute break? Okay, I'm gonna be right back too. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Yep. How's it going, chat? It's been lagging a tad? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's...
Hello, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Let me... see if there's anything I can... see.
I'm back, chat. How's it going?
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're doing good.
Hello, everyone. I'm also back.
I hope you like introspection stream.
Yeah. Oh boy, I'm excited.
Yeah, this took a turn.
All right. I think everything should be ready in a second. I'm just gonna wait for everyone. I think someone else is going to grab stuff, grabbing stuff too. So yeah.
Yeah.
I know what Noctua was gonna try to do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty simple, but like, man, I don't know if it'll work, but we're gonna find out together, everyone.
You weren't lying about stalling for another session.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna grab some more food. Be right back.
All right. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. So when he comes back, we'll start it up again. But it's not doing a really fun job, Jay. Nice self-investigation work.
Yeah, it's time to go fucking ape shit on the Skysteel problem, because I'm like, there will probably be a point later in the arc that the Skysteel thing stops being an issue. Looking at Noctua, I am going to try to solve this problem right now. Oh, go get him!
So you can definitely push. Let's see. With that in mind, as you're gonna do, so I had a question just to clarify. You are looking for that other thing that was inside of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, will do. Slug do what Slug want.
Yeah. Slug's gonna try to confront the problem head on, as Bellamy suggested.
Yes. I mean, that's why we love Slug.
Nah. Slug tries.
Oh boy. Hang on. That's fantastic. Let me check if I have everything, because I might just have everything. Oh boy. Oh
that's
man,
fun.
Jay, that's great.
Oh.
Okay. Oh man, down to one gift slot too. That's great
Yeah.
too.
Yup.
I'm back.
Down to none next
Oh,
session.
we're back?
Yeah.
Alrighty. In which case, we'll be ready to go.
Yeah.
So, Noctua,
Yeah.
you begin falling deeper in and pressing and sort of moving to find that other thing. And as you start to dip inside, tell you immediately as you progress, you press and pull deeper into your sky steel, and it accepts you with open arms this time. And because of that, let me just
Yeah, there it is.
there it is. As you kind of dip underneath, you purposefully make yourself fall under the influence of your sky steel in order to dig just deeper in. And as you do that, you find yourself waking up. Not alone, but still. Oh! This place is a little concerning.
This place is extremely concerning. Also, what are you doing here? Did you get eaten?
No. I have not been eaten. I am simply here to watch, as I always am.
Okay.
Your brain made a sort of squeaking noise, so I came.
Okay. I am currently in the process of writing out my various emotions. It's simply put, she stops herself. These words are important, but I think I should share them somewhere else. She starts to move forward.
You start to move forward. And Noctua, as you move forward, I want you to immediately make me roll to die.
Okay.
This place is a little different. Okay, yeah, with blue it goes. You're resolved to move forward regardless of what happens here, but you can at least notice it's a little different. As you step forward and moving over this hanging platform, you find yourself kind of drifting across as Solitarius floats above you.
Can you feel that?
In fact, you can. There's something smoldering here. It's two kinds of one. It's like a cold, fierce. There are two kinds of heat. One that emerges from a burning fire, and one that emerges from frigid cold. Your body sort of senses it the same way, and here you can feel both, and you're not quite sure which is yours and which is something else. However, as you step, you feel like that entity is home, makes its home here. This is absolutely a spot where whatever you felt out there would stay and rest.
Noctua, like it. She sort of recoils a little bit. I'm gonna roll to die again. See how she's feeling. She's like, instead of coming up with some sort of clever, yes, this is not a problem because X, Y, or Z reason, she just shuts up for once. She's like, okay, this might be a bit of a problem.
You hop over and land and keep moving across. You notice ahead there's a platform that arises and almost a stairway that brings itself up to this glowing this burning crimson that seems to step up. This
She
place
starts-
is...
Starts to move up.
What is this? Solitarius kind of looks down in the middle of this almost red, mossy, moldy substance on the floor.
Noctua's gonna inspect it.
You inspect it. Huh. And as you inspect it, it does seem like a mold. As you know, mold grows in places that are very frequently ignored. Places that are buried deep, dank, and don't get any opportunity to really show themselves often. Deeper, buried parts of ourselves.
I don't know what I'm going to see in there. She looks back over to the like red burning section. All this time I thought that the Sky Steel was afraid. She motions back over here. I think this is the wedge it uses to force me back. It's something that I haven't been able to confront until now. She
That's
puts her head down.
interesting. You... Solitarius kind of floats and kind of goes a bit behind. You see that she maintains an almost perfect black here, not touched by this light, as she almost kind of seems to move up near to you. Since that is the case, then this is truly something... something deep inside of us. Though, she kind of holds up a hand, and you notice a bit of something emerging within her. Things that are deeply buried inside of us. Something like this that can be left to mold means it is something that does not hold power over you from the day to day, correct?
Correct. Only when it surfaces sometimes.
Yes, which means that in the end, you have power over this place. And she stops. Though, it does seem rather strong, so please be careful.
She nods. She's gonna go on in.
You head on inside. As you head on in, you make your way across this coral that seems to glow with a red. And as you kind of take steps on, you slowly feel your footsteps get harder and harder. Not due to your own physical inability, but due to an annoyance. An annoyance you never thought you'd really have to experience in a place like this. It's such a weird thing, but the streets of Indigo. You trudge across that annoying cobblestone with its great, wonderful designs that your Sky Steel piercing feet just kind of seem to struggle around. But as you walk, you kind of find yourself across as you see buildings assembled, everything like that. Though, that's because we're currently in an intermission stream. I'm describing stuff. So, as you keep stepping, you go down this long street, and regardless of how you feel, there's something to it. You feel like you're in the sky again. You feel like you're high and well above, looking across as you walk on these streets you know are on the earth, on the ground beneath you. And yet, you keep stepping forward. Because there's something high into the sky. Something that glows with an intense red. Everything here, you know that the imagery you see before you, everything that you stare across now, no, this isn't yours. Everything here is more recency, the same way your brain is fixing across. But you do know that your own feelings hide deep beneath this. But alongside your own, in here hangs a similar tied experience, a similar emotion, a similar feeling that holds itself just as strong as the one inside of you. As you approach the structure in the distance.
Noctua looks around. Does she? This is clearly Indigo, but she starts to move forward. Oh, Aloha
Let me
refresh
see.
maybe?
Yeah, maybe refresh. Huh.
I could see.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Chat's not gonna like what they're gonna see in here, though.
I'm excited for them to see what they see in here. Love that effect. Very nice.
It's really good. I can't say I expected to be confronting this today.
Okay, looks like we're getting a refresh now. But I'll keep describing, so that even though they can't see it yet.
Oh boy.
Oh, we good.
Oh, we
Noctua, you
good.
step up. You
Oh,
see
I don't
everything
like
in
this.
here a crimson. You feel a sensation. Oh, it's tingling inside of you. You feel it in your heart. You don't like it. But what is it tied to? What is this place? This is absolutely another important stop. In fact, as you feel it, you almost feel like this is a breaking point. This is like a gate. Beyond this point probably lies nothing else to tear apart. Simply a last ingrained, buried sensation deep inside of yourself. Something that... Your mind seems to stop, but you keep thinking about it. Something deep and... Noctua,
Yeah.
give me a roll to die.
Oh boy. It's 17.
Okay. Well, let me roll this then. Okay. Noctua,
Yeah.
you're gonna take a wound.
Oh boy, just flat out?
Let me...
Okay.
Yeah, because that'll do enough damage from what I know you had left. So, Noctua.
Wait, no, it wasn't a clash. I'm still good. It's okay.
Oh, it wasn't
I swear
a
to
clash.
God.
You're right. No,
I
you're
got
still
5
good. You're
HP.
right. You're right. You have 5 HP. Never mind. You're good. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right. You've gained the ability to die roll against this. You sit as Noctua. You feel something build up inside of you. What is that? It's underneath the stress, underneath the anxiousness, underneath the worrying for the future. Oh, why are you trembling? You're not afraid of this place. What is this sensation that's burning inside of you? And that's just it. It's burning. There's something inside of this, underneath it all. Something that's pissing you off. Something that burns with a furiosity inside of you that you feel like could crumble, destroy a society itself. This is... Oh. You start to drift back. You're thinking. Noctua.
Yeah.
When was the last time you unleashed so much unadulterated rage?
She thinks back. Gonna do something a little additional here.
Ooh.
Yeah, she remembers back. She remembers the last time she got so mad. It was shortly after her appointment as champion. It was the last time she fired the bow, actually. Yeah, something got real deep under her skin. It takes a lot to make the champion of Noctua mad, especially with where she was at, but it was something simple. Well, with the way that everything worked out for her, with their, sentencing, with her choice of taking one of the champion weapons or enjoying a life in prison, she made a certain mistake. She decided she would be fine blending into normal society. Yeah, that was great. That was a great idea. She could finally go out. After all those years of isolation, she could go out and make friends. You know what she heard out there? Person after person discussing the disgrace of the champion of Noctua, talking about how her family had committed horrific atrocities, and talking like the person she was, was no longer there. It got to her. It got to her deep, dug in, those little hooks in her mind, something she tries to shove away, but at the time, there was a moment that she couldn't quite hold back anymore. That was it. When she came to Indigo for the first time. Any hope she had of controlling her power was just trying to hold it all back, trying to focus all of that building confusion and rage. She let it loose once, up on that island of Xiphos, destroyed damn near a city block. Casualties, on the other hand, that was a big question mark for her. Someone told her that there were none, but she didn't exactly believe that. Just a slit for a second, that red bleeding out all over the surface. She couldn't trust herself after that. There's only one way to really describe how she felt. Only one way to really describe how she was living up to that legacy. She felt like a goddamn disgrace. She takes another step towards this again. This sticking point. A single red obelisk that's driven into her mind. A mistake. A time that she lost control. She closes in a little bit closer.
You step in just a step closer, and you feel all of that energy sort of pull in as you remember it. What happened after that?
She, it was... Oh, man. Which part? Like, starting
at the end of it all,
Yeah.
the end of it all, there's obviously the events. You could detail the consequences or what occurred and how that happened. And all of that can rush across your brain. But at the core of it, how did everything following, what mood did that put you in? How did your mind respond to that overwhelming rage? That's what's really important.
Well, I think that's the moment that it clicked for her. Tolerance for the champion of Noctua was established. For quite a while, actually, because there hadn't been a champion of Noctua for a while. They accepted her for a simple reason. She was allowed to take her place amongst the champions because nobody bought it. That's right, the fake champion was more than welcomed, but the second she unleashed all of that, she became a problem or a liability. The fake was no longer tolerable. But I think in that moment, that is when she felt the most fake, disconnected. All of it felt wrong. That sensation could only be described as alienation. Feeling a disconnect from not only one's ideological values, but the society they're trying to protect. In that moment, she felt the least like a hero she'd ever been.
Damn. That, all of that forced upon you, that response, the least like a hero you've ever been. A different way to put it, but the time when you failed most as a hero.
Yes.
And as that ruminates on your brain, that, to its core, must have been partially tied to something else starts to build up. You feel that rage pulling across, and before you can make your own assumption, you realize this isn't just your own rage. There's so much more rage pooled into that growing, growling tower in front of you. And as you pull away your own rage, almost like a dam pushing back against the rage of something else, as you come to terms with that, at least as you start to, even that moment of acceptance, there's a crack. The tower begins to crack. As ricocheting across, it almost bursts, breaking apart as there's a terrifying, awful roar across the entirety of an area. A roar that could barely be considered human. As you hear the sound of 100 cuts rain across, slicing the tower, slicing your surroundings, everything in twain. And you come to attention immediately. Noctua, roll to die.
Oh, excellent. Would this potentially be a clash?
Oh, yes, it would actually.
I
be a clash 'cause
certainly
you're
see a
red.
lot of red on the screen.
That's this is a clash. You're gonna roll for me then, yeah. Roll
Okay.
red.
I wanna see your roll first. I wanna see how
Uh,
fucked I am.
I already rolled it.
Oh.
I rolled it whispered because I didn't want to interrupt the scene. Do you want me to? Do you want to?
Yeah,
see it,
give me
Jay?
the number.
Do you want to see it?
Oh.
Hang on. I'm gonna post it in general for the Discord.
Ah, wonderful.
And with the modifiers on that, you are rocketed back. You are launched. You feel yourself sliding across, and even as that occurs, oh, Noctua,
Yeah.
you are sent back sliding. Something gaining purchase across you as you're almost pushed back into one of these cuts. You're gonna take a wound. Wound something
Okay.
for me, real fast.
Let me see. Let me wound. Yellow.
All right.
Thump.
And
She flies backwards.
And as you fly back, you almost seems to lose yourself for a second as you see it.
Oh.
Your eyes shifting, everything around you, the air itself has been cut and sundered, and you look across at something. This is different. This is different than all of the others. This is not. There is so much here that it could not simply be contained by an emotion, a feeling. In this moment, your sky steel gives form to something. It gives form to something that can act in its stead. Something that can spread anger in the way it knows best from its many years of experience, as something clashes in front of you with a sword.
Fuck me. Knocked
This
you.
thing
Oh, you go.
standing in front of it, while you just slid across the fucking ground as it dragged you along. You just hear its mouth just unhinge for a second as it lets out a.
Noctua rolls along the ground and just like fucking picks herself back up, and something starts to boil inside of herself. That's right, this anger, this rage. Her expression changes. Something different boiling to the surface. It's awesome!
Oh.
All of this horror, all of these cuts. She looks at the scattered ground around her and she picks herself back up. I think I get it now. She slides backwards. I'm gonna roll to die to regenerate her health.
All right, do so.
Let's see. Let's pick her the fuck back up. Something left unsettled, something unsaid, something deep from the past. She manages to put herself back together in that moment. Okay, ready to receive you, whatever you are. She smiles, and her form actually shifts. Different bright colors dancing along her surface.
All right. In that case, all that we need is give me a roll to die. Then let's get this top round down.
Okay.
I need my fucking legs!
Oh, you need your legs, of course. Hang on. I'll give you your legs in one moment. Where is it? This character should be. Oh, it was in your journal, but you couldn't control it. There you go. Now you can get your legs.
There we go.
And let me just make sure that I make sure your rolls are visible too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Pop. Okay, you should be good now.
Yeah, let's go.
There you go. Oh.
Okay. Ready. She claps both. She like claps both of her cheeks and gets fucking set.
Okay. I think you go first.
Yes, you do.
Excellent. Okay. Noctua gets into a stance. She sees this figure in front of her, and she, like, as her form begins to like shift and vary again, she feels all of this rage wash over her, and once again, She seems to prep herself, and she goes in, preparing for a clash. And then something curious happens, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, something really, really strange happens. Noctua's gonna stab at you.
Oh,
And, no clash is gonna happen.
Ooh.
Roll to die for me.
you got it.
Ooh.
Noctua stabs down into you in a second and then moves through. And touches down on the other side. And then Noctua's gonna go again.
Oh.
Noctua's
Oh.
wheel activates. She's going to wheel back around and stab back at this figure. Roll to die for me again. Ooh, excellent. Okay. So that one does not work even vaguely. She swings past you and jabs into your body. That time it doesn't work. It's your go.
You know, this thing upon you stabbing through it, it turns around and it actually reaches to grab your fucking face. This one will clash.
Oh, excellent.
Go on and roll do against that.
Did you say grab my face?
Yes.
You say grab my fucking face?
Yes. You fucking heard me.
So, I wanna. Oh boy, yeah. You go in to grab Noctua's face, and like something about her has changed in this moment. The clash still doesn't happen.
Oh,
She just
interesting.
normal rolls to die. There we go.
I see.
And you still hit her, but like you grab her by the face. Tell me what happens.
You know, this thing grabs you by the face and it just drags you along the ground and it slides you forward, slamming you directly into the red tower.
Whack! Noctua hits the back of it, and for a second, one of her colors fades again. I take a wound.
Yep.
Let's see. We are going to wound blue this time.
Excellent.
Yeah, this thing speaks up after you get wounded. It goes, "Just one city street, you say? You know, that's an awfully large waste of all that energy inside of you. You've easily taken out way more, shown them way more of an example."
She is gonna roll to die and pick herself back up again. Let's do this. And shift her back over again. She puts herself back together. One city street? That was me sacrificing my legacy, I'll have you know. She picks herself back up. And is going to, let's see, +3? Or... Everything I suffered on that island, it all came crashing down around me. She takes a look back at the tower itself. You know what? I think you do get it, actually. I think you probably get it great. And then she looks at, like, this creature's billowing, popping form. What are you exactly?
Oh, you don't see it yet, do you? I'm all that pent-up bastard energy inside of you and your little shithead friends. But you know what's really fun about that? Turns out, I get to just take a form of whatever the hell I want to be. And those little arms and legs of yours decide to reach real deep back.
Oh, I see. Noctua thinks back to herself. Okay, so I am a little frustrated that my emotions are attempting to bludgeon me at this moment.
Good.
She looks down at her hands, her arms, and she like opens and closes them for a second. But in this instance, she focuses up again. I don't think I have very much of a choice. She takes another step forward. If you're going to come at me with everything, She thinks to herself, I'll respond with everything in turn, is the thought that crosses her head, and almost a broken fractal of a person starts to travel by. Red Tower. All this rage. She starts her turn. Noctua is going to take a step forward, and then pass the turn to you.
Oh boy, you do that, and as you walk forward, this thing just starts to like low growl at you as then it reaches its hand out to the side as an almost spectral greatsword begins to form out of sheer miasma and flame in its hands. And it grabbing this greatsword with a massive heave, upends it and going to cleave you straight in half.
Oh, excellent.
Actually, I need to drop my swing and roll a die again. I realize.
Ew.
Actually, yes, that's very important.
Ah, good. You know, it reaches out and then it just slams this down right on top of you.
Excellent. Okay. Noctua is going to raise her spear, and in this case, she's going to use the only move left to her. It's time to parry it. You swing the sword straight down, and she picks her spear up, and you simply cleave it and her in two. I'm gonna wound Noctua's red.
I see. So, you hit 0 HP and you don't have any attributes left.
Yeah.
When that happens, what happens next, Jay?
She's left with 1 HP, of course.
Of course. But, in that state of 1 HP, all your attributes unlock.
Oh, interesting. Actually, you know what? I don't think she needs that.
Oh! Well, that's interesting. You could choose not to, then.
She's not going to. She's gonna remain at 1 HP, and she is going to take that attack.
Oh.
And she's left at 1. A fraction of nothing, and she feels this energy from the tower building up and boiling inside of her. She starts to feel that power run through her again. And then she simply exhales, spear broken, takes a step forward, and looks at this rage dead in the face. I'd like to remind you what the primary ability of the Bow of Noctua does.
Yeah? Well, remind me.
Remember, whenever I add a new entry on my learning metal list, you can place an attribute of the same color in lockout to similarly place your opponent's attribute in lockout. Let's take a look at you without all that red.
Ooh, interesting.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Alright, so you lock red out, don't you?
I'm gonna lock this person's red out.
Okay. You lock the red out, and as you lock that red out, there is no color left. And as you stare directly across, the figure in front of you is still a coalescence of rage that kind of seems to fill, a grin kind of sparkling on its face. And as that sorts to fade. Oh boy. Okay. J-Man, thank you so much for playing today.
No problem.
Can you delete your icon for me?
Yeah, sure.
please?
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. The smoke kind of seems to fade away for a second, and on the other end, oh god. Okay. All right, Jay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who's under this red? I
Who's
want to
under this
see.
red?
I want to fucking see. I got
Yeah.
1 HP and nothing left to lose.
okay. Well. All right, Jay. I think it's only a single question I have for you then.
Yeah.
You are technically still unwound yourself, please, for me real quick. Get all your attributes back because you're in that death door state. You're not using it to roll for any like purpose of defending yourself, but I do want you to roll to die for me right now.
Okay.
So I think who is underneath here really depends on what you roll.
Red. Motherfucker.
Red. I see. Okay. Well, all right then. All right then. Okay. One moment. Okay, let's see. I need to grab an icon real fast, and then you'll be able to see. Oh, oh God. So, Noctua,
Yes.
you sort of you look underneath, and you see a form as the shadow starts to drift away, very ever so slightly. You see someone underneath, a tall figure that kind of seems to stare down at you with a better impassive, just sitting expression. You've torn away from your sky steel, and so now you can see what lies beneath, and you can understand as that form, which sits in front, almost seems to have a sort of, well, candleish quality, like a flame that's slowly eating at a candle, the skin kind of hanging, almost like falling as there's a glow underneath. You stare directly at the person in front of you.
She looks back at the tower, looks back at this person, feels that rage sort of burning and popping away, something she took into herself without really thinking about it too hard. And she remembers the promise she made before she even came to this place. Being friends with a person to a certain extent means bearing their burdens. She looks back at hers, this overwhelming thing, then looks at this person, another overwhelming thing. And she felt it, like it was always crawling up her body, trying to overcome her. This sky steel, it's spreading and spreading. This sensation as she started to be able to perceive the full sight and power of the Red Tower. She lets that feeling, finally, at the very end of all this, not striking back once against it, because trying to topple a tower is silly. Trying to strike down this monolith is pointless. This is an ideal, this is an emotion, this is something that she will let pass over her. With no colors equipped, with only one gift slot remaining, the Bow of Noctua, she is going to take a step forward, and she is going to try to empathize with this person. Christian,
Roll.
I'd like to
Yeah.
take my final crit 20.
Ooh boy, you can do it then.
She takes a step forward and headbutts her.
You do so. You reach forward, and a hand almost seems to kind of come up as your head impacts directly across. And you feel a weight almost seem to escape for a moment. You empathize, all right. You fully do see the weight of what disillusion means. You see that and an anger that almost seems to be pushed down and sort of let loose. This was the other half, another burden, just like the others. This one heavy, strong, but not any more severe, not any more intense, perhaps, than any of the others. Just verging in the right way to fully come out inside of you. But you do think you get it.
When I first started to feel my sensitivity, I tried my best to reject it because it was so big and scary. The place I lived became scary. The people I cared about all became terrifying because they have demons like this lurking inside of them. Brought out the worst in me, not the best.
She looks back at this gigantic, monolithic tower.
My sky seal wasn't the afraid one. It was me. It's just running and hiding and trying to feed away the parts of myself that I didn't like to it.
She opens and closes her hands, looking up at Teach.
But I think if it helps me understand you just a little bit better, it could only be called a gift. It's that simple. All the hate, all the rage. If I can get it just a little bit more, even if I have to feel it just as keenly, it's worth it in the end. She presses her forehead down a little bit more. So I won't run. I'll accept it, top to bottom. Because to me, that's what being a hero is. Someone that's willing to accept the burdens of the people they care about. She takes a step backwards, like barely able to maintain her like physical shape in this place. So thank you. Thank you for showing me this. And instead of letting this anxiety run rampant over her, all of this fear of something deeper, she lets it pass over her like a red wave. That's right, this impulse. It's something that's meant to keep her safe. If it shows her something ugly, that's fine. This is just another natural impulse. But to her, this was something bigger, something horrifying, something she wasn't willing to accept. My friends are scary. I'm scary. But looking back at it, that fear, just the same, it showed her a sight like this. So it can't be all bad.
With that, you almost see across this form in front of you. You feel a weight kind of lift from it. There's a bit of a smile, but no words play across the mouth. For the happiness that this person and all the others brings you goes so far beyond the emotion that is able to amplify itself in this place. So instead, it sort of crumbles, washed away by the waves. And in its place, sitting on a deeper, even deeper layer than that, looking back across at you,
She looks at this person. This is the one who fought back. She touches herself and like feels the wounds that creature left on her. I can understand why. The impulse to strike back against injustice, that building fear and dread. I get it. When you're confronted with something big and terrible, the only thing that you can do is really lash out, right?
she kind of lowers her head a little bit, not matching eye contact with you.
She takes a step forward. There was no other way for it to work out for you, was there?
Silence. A nod of the head.
She feels her own consciousness barely holding on to barely holding itself together beyond this point. I've got a question for you.
She looks
She
up.
she pats this person on both of her shoulders. And this is a very, very selfish one. But it's an important one. She looks back at the tower, something she's barely been able to conquer. She looks at herself, holding on to a thread of life. Yeah, during that fight, she threw a punch, but all of it was in the means of accepting that fucking overwhelming feeling. She seems to have buoyed on that sea. It's not the action of a hero. It's not something glorious. It's just managing to survive. It's coping with your own emotions and working your way through. She pats this person on the shoulders. With all that in mind, the weakest smile she can offer. Would you want to grow up to be someone like me? A big smile spreads across her face.
Oh, God. And as you look across, the figure that kind of stands here looks at you, and she kind of sees to bow her head, and then shakes it up and down very briefly,
Noctua retracts, and with a big smile across her face, that's all I need to know. It's for people like you that I'm fighting so hard, you know?
Aw.
She looks back at this like overwhelming, burning red landscape. This is a lot to handle, for sure. And I can understand getting caught up in it. And then she takes another step backwards. But you don't have to worry about things like that. I'm out here fighting the best fight I can to make sure you don't have to. So, rest a little bit, okay? She smudges this person who is the same height as her, yet Noctua feels so much taller. Like, pats that head. Just rest for a little while, okay? When you wake up, everything will be so much better. You'll be glad that you did. Striking out in a moment of weakness or fear is understandable, but taking the time to really just let yourself work through it is so much better. This world isn't that scary. Those people aren't that scary. After all, she works herself up to her full height. There are heroes like me making it much less scary.
Her eyes kind of move very slightly. A very, almost imperceptible, but you're quite familiar with that face. You're quite familiar with just how much that little shift of expression can mean, at least in a place like this. And standing, she bows her head deeply and basically presents a full respectful bow to you. You think she's actually going to give that a try.
And Noctua gets a look of gratitude on her own face. And then she bows herself.
The two of you stare as you both bow, and Noctua,
Yeah.
as you bow your head, both of you around the same height, pretty close. You fucking bunk your heads against each other.
Noctua whacks her head with this other projection of herself, what could have been, and she gets the tears start to well up on her own end. Sort of unable to contain it, a similar expression crosses her face. Thank you for giving me someone to save. And with that,
And
she lets her go.
with that, she kind of pulls back, and she kind of speaks up herself.
Thank you for saving them. And us.
She's just gonna let that rest.
She kind of takes a step back and just sort of, once more, gives a lot more of a, like, courteous, just kind of slight bow. And then, you feel that weight kind of fade from this place a little bit as you almost sort of shift back. And as that happens, everything kind of resets, all of the environment sort of reforging itself. A tower lays dormant as you kind of sit, and Noctua,
Yeah.
you're about to fucking pass out.
Yeah! She's about to die!
Oh, you try to just move in general, as once you watch the fading form and everything reset itself, you content yourself knowing that this section is clear. The next step forward is, oh god, you start, your eyes start closing. You feel a bit of, like, you're starting to see darkness just sort of swirl around your mind. And as that occurs, you take one last look at that overbearing high tower. And you can only think, without that glow, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah.
It makes you feel safe. Safe enough to get a little rest.
I'm back in space.
You're back in space.
So,
So, I'm gonna
yeah.
call another break right there.
Hi everyone. How's it going?
Hey, everyone.
That is a rate of 185 people. Thanks everybody for showing. You want to watch some TTRPG games? I hope you enjoyed Jello's stream also.
Oh my god. Good shit.
Good
Nice sequence
shit.
breaking.
Woo!
Yeah.
Jay, man, I'm so sorry
Oh,
about your throat.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to happen later in the game?
That was supposed to happen like, that was probably going to happen at the end of the session.
Oh,
Skip
interesting.
things up a little bit, but not in the same way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
You sort of see, you went to the same place.
Yeah.
Because that was the next door, as I described it. It was like a gate you had to go through, but you cleared it in a different way, and that changes the next step.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So real fast, let me just fucking.
I was happy to do a paladin must sheath his sword.
Yeah, that's a paladin must sheath his sword. They're always necessary. They're the most important part.
You ain't got a real RPG until some motherfucker tries to goad you into attacking.
Yeah.
And it's just like, nah, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna work.
Oh, it's great. All right. Okay. Fucking good work.
Yeah, thank you for giving my character a reason to live. Like
Yeah, sure,
that fucked me up real good. That was great.
That's fantastic. I'm super happy about that one. That like you took something that existed technically and gave it a lot more depth. You also found out a lot of extra shit too,
Yeah.
which was fucking fantastic. So really, I also have to ask you, how you feeling? What are you thinking about walking forward next with? 'Cause I have an idea, but what are you thinking?
It depends on how she's feeling, like, physically, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
she's getting up and just gonna, like, do a quick take stock of everything. Are my limbs still attached? How's things going?
Yeah, I'm back, by the way.
Okay,
Welcome
cool.
back.
Yeah. I've been waiting for that map for a while.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was a really good
Aloha
one.
was the one who did the judgment cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I woke
the
up at like
judgment cut
4
was really
a.m.
good.
I rolled over in my bed and I texted Christian. I was like, I think I can do a judgment cut effect in roll 20. And then I did it.
I was happy to have a judgment cut, a fucking paladin machine their sword.
Yep.
Yeah, no, so what was going on with the, with it's like, no, answer you don't clash, is because motherfucker rolled in with a crit 20 immediately, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's locked. How many attributes this dude have? No, none,
Yep,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he
I
walked
waited
with
for
that
my
quick
dramatic
20.
moment.
Yeah, but you had it, which is great. That was the best part when I saw that. I was like, oh wow, that's great.
It's
Technically, this is
normally she
already
has
over. Let's see
nobody's
what happens.
Normally she has nobody's hero in her primary slot, but Noctua's bow was forced to her primary by her locking the other thing out. So I'm like, yeah, there's literally only one way for this to go. Sometimes the mechanic's still the best story.
Yeah. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So, Noctua,
Yeah.
are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right. You pull yourself from a deep meditative stance. It's honestly kind of like it wasn't really sleep, but it was sort of like a dull stare. But as you kind of wake up, your eyes open and you see the pool and you see a figure across from you. They're writing in a notepad very patiently. And hang on. You think you Oh, hang on. Oh no. You start to remember. You're awake now.
Boy, I feel excellent. She stands up.
Oh, Noctua, you're awake.
Yes, I was in a deep state. I fought my inner demons, and a great weight has been lifted from my soul. And ooh, a frog. She points at the frog. How are Noctua's gift slots looking? Are they all locked out?
Yeah.
That's great.
Great.
Noctua's like, oh, I feel excellent, and then looks down at the sky steel, and it's like, no, though, you don't. And she's just like, you stop throwing a fit.
So, an interesting note: your sky steel is quieted down, though. As you kind of hold on to it, you feel like it's still digging into it a little bit, but the growth has stopped. The gift, the flaw, will no longer continue to consume gifts.
That's
But
great.
there is
I have none left.
Exactly. So, while you have nothing left, you're sort of kept at the precipice. It's like time stops before the moment you dive off a cliff. That's exactly where you are. You played a game of chicken, the sky steel backed off first, but you feel like the next time you dive in, whether by choice or by accident, will be the time when you must come face to face with it.
She's like, she writes herself, well, that was exciting. What are you doing here? She starts to scoot over.
Oh,
Well, you did want to say you wanted to meet up, and
Yes.
then I couldn't find you, so I wandered around a bit, and then you were sleeping over here. So I sat down and I just waited. It's fine. I do this all the time.
Okay. Did you get any good notes?
Yeah. You know, I actually really like sitting in this park. Did
It
you
is
know that there
nice.
is a play based on this district?
Really? What is it?
It, has a bit of a sad ending. You know, it's, about a doctor who tried to cure a plague, and he just couldn't. Ended up losing the one he loved the most,
Hmm.
and it swept and took many people, and then
Oh.
someone else
Oh,
someone
wait.
else came in at the end and solved it like it was nothing.
Oh, fascinating.
And that's where the
Um,
play ends. So,
Oh,
Noctua,
yes.
what do you think? Do you think that's where the story ends?
Hmm. She thinks to herself, for the person that failed, absolutely. For the other person, no. They'll go on to additional adventures. Think about all the other things they could do. I love it. I really like it when a hero survives their story, because then they can continue on and do other things. Look at the potential.
Bellamy starts snickering very loudly.
Wait, what's so funny? What?
Well, I think that the story doesn't end there. I don't think stories really end, honestly.
Hmm.
I think us sitting here now is proof of that. Places tend to outlive the stories too.
Noctua's eyes light up. That's a good point. But just the same, I intend to outlive whatever places I go to. Noctua states aloud and certainly. That is like an almost sinister edge of like, I will burn them to the ground.
So, what did you dream about? You seem real fired up.
Oh, well, I confronted my inner demons. I saw an abyss of rage from which there can be very little redemption. But, I decided to confront that head to head. And you know what I figured out? She says, taking a step backwards. A lot of the things that I consider to be too scary to really think about are totally confrontable, so long as you don't confront. She runs out of the words. A lot of the stuff that I was scared of, I guess, I could just let pass over me, because that fear response is part of me too. It's an important part. It keeps me safe. And even if my arms are throwing a temper tantrum right now, they're not doing it to try to. It won't kill me. She stops, and I won't have to kill them. She draws up to her full height. Oh, but I got an idea.
Oh?
Actually,
Your story reminds me of it. Come on, come with me.
Oh, okay. Bellamy had started like writing down as she was going, but then like stopped midway. She's like, "Oh."
Noctua's gonna drag you somewhere. Let's hop over to the Indigo roll 20.
All right. And Noctua, I will tell you one thing.
No.
As you go about this time, and you generally go about the day, you will still have basically everything locked out. Oh wait, except one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Your black stat's back.
My black stat's back, so I've got
So you
red and black.
only have black. You only have.
Oh, I only have
right
black.
now.
Period. Okay.
Yeah. But on the other hand, as you go about the day, most of that was an internal struggle, a toil of the mind.
No.
Which means that as you kind of get back and get your bearings once more upon the world,
Yeah.
you restore your HP.
Oh,
So although
okay.
you only have one attribute right now and everything else
60
is
HP
wounded.
in one attribute. I hope nobody kills me. Okay.
All right.
Everybody over in the Indigo roll 20?
I gotta hop out myself now. I'll do that. I'll leave now and pop on over there. All right.
Okay.
So, what's the first step of your day now? Or, well,
Oh.
time's passed. It's kind of like, it's gotten a bit later, but you still have time.
Yeah. Noctua knows where she's going, but like,
Okay.
man, that's less important here. Let's get off this, bartender Dex. She goes into the city, pretty much dragging you with, Bellamy. Noctua's fired up. She feels liberated. Oh man, Noctua's doing awesome right now. You can tell it. There's so much determination behind her stride. She leads you. Actually, she's taking you a long distance. She drags you into Old Town.
Bellamy kind of zones out along the way.
In Old Town. Hey, aloha.
Oh my god.
Hey, aloha.
Oh, I'm in this session. What the fuck?
Hey, aloha. You gave Noctua a gift that enabled her to find you. Mistake.
Well,
So, Barbados,
yes.
you've spent today dealing with various issues of the Tempest. A bunch of people got banged up and you had to see to every single one of them. And now you're meeting with your good friend Morph over here.
Yes, my good friend who I've talked to many times.
He sets his cup of coffee down next to him. So, how are things going on the medical front?
Oh, wonderfully, which means awfully, because everyone keeps getting hurt.
Yes, I've been trying to resolve that. Conflicts between the Tide and the Tempest have been growing more intense lately.
Conflicts between the Tempest and the Tempest also happens. And conflicts between Tempest and other things, and they just really like fighting.
It's a shame. It's making my job that much harder.
Yeah, sure, your job's hard.
It is. As is yours.
So, anything new with you, Morph?
Well, my job with the Tide has gotten especially difficult lately. They've been getting rowdier and rowdier ever since the Riviera incident.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the Tide, they seem like swell people. I mean, it's just,
They'll listen if you talk to them. It's a nice thing. Actually, Tempest is very much the same. Big group of nice listeners. It's just the second they're out of eyeshot, everybody's at each other's throats, you know?
Yeah. That's why you gotta keep your eyes open, Morph. If you look, you gotta just do your job better.
His eye actually peeks open for a second, and you see a pretty bright light beneath it. Yeah, this dude has really brilliant eyes, and he peeks at you, Barbados, and you're like, oh, is he opening his eyes at me? And then, no, he's looking at something else. I think you have a guest.
What?
Someone is pressed face against the glass immediately behind you, Barbados.
Oh, man. Well.
Isn't that the one that keeps... Didn't she actually wound a few of our people?
Yeah. It happens. What Barbados is doing is he's like leaned back in the chair enough that it's just kind of he's upside down looking at Noctua through the window.
Her cheek is pressed up against the glass and her hands are down the side of it. She's tapping on it.
You know you can come in, right?
Not jingle jangle, the door opens.
Hey! Don't scratch the glass!
No.
I'm very sorry.
Are you gonna pay for that?
Yes, I will. How much money? I have $23 vol.
He kind of like, oh my god. He looks over and tries to gauge how much damage been done to him. He's like, I don't know on top of it. He poses the back, kind of waves his hand. Don't go anywhere. He just starts looking through a book. He has a multiple cost of business.
Yes. Yeah.
Doctor.
Yes.
Morph looks over to you, Barbados. Oh, she's a patient of yours.
Yes. Patient. She came to me for medical help once, and I guess now she is coming back?
Yes, I need further assistance, Doctor.
You realize I don't like you.
That is okay, because you are a professional and will work with me regardless.
She pumps her fist.
Okay. He looks out the window. Who? Bellamy?
This is my friend Bellamy, yes.
Could she come
Hello,
inside?
this looks fun.
Don't be weird. Come inside.
Hopefully that's what I excel at.
Well, Barbados, I'll leave you with your patient.
Sure. Bye. Leave me when I need you the most.
What could I possibly do to help you?
You know, you're right. You are useless. Leave.
He takes off his hat, bows, and leaves.
Yes. Okay. Sit down.
Noctua moves over and then sits down.
Okay.
Yes.
So, a bunch of things have happened. I've made a lot of progress.
Yes.
I have grown a lot as a person, and I think I am following through on the advice you gave me.
It's been a day.
Yes, I am very proactive.
Okay, that's good.
I have slain 2 of my inner demons.
You can count.
Yes, I can.
She smiles.
Okay.
But, in addition to that, I could use your advice on what to do next.
Okay. He looks over at Sanjayva. How much is the glass?
I've decided that it'd be cruel for me to ask for her. She obviously has no money.
So you're going to ask of me?
He kind of like looks. Oh, you'd be willing?
Fuck. I mean, I guess I am.
Don't curse.
Look, if
I'll put it on your tab.
yeah, sure. Look, with that much, I think I've afforded at least one curse. Is that okay?
I guess.
Wow, bending the rules for just me?
Just this once.
I'll remember that.
She looks at the damage to the glass and genuinely feels very bad about it.
Oh, so I had a few questions. These things are basically acting like a cornered animal, and I am trying to do my best to regain some of the foothold that I have lost.
Okay.
Also, on the other hand, I have a question.
Yes?
Why did you inject me with some kind of demon?
Everything stops for a second.
Demon?
Yes.
Noctua, you already have 2 demons inside of you already.
Yes, you gave me a third.
A third?
Yes.
Are you sure you didn't catch that wherever you caught the other 2?
No.
She shakes her head.
Bold,
She is looking at you dead in the face.
bold claim.
Yes.
You know, so tell me. Give me your book, Bellamy. Bellamy, can I see your notes so I could at least mimic writing notes?
Sure. She hands it over.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, though.
Mm-hmm.
Where does one get your hands on demons that can be injected?
I don't know. Personally. Okay, so tell me. He takes the book. What did this demon look like?
It popped out of me and was big and gross.
Anything more than that? Like
like a slug maybe?
a slug. You mean the thing people are claiming you are causing?
Yes.
You ever think that it might just be you?
No.
She says straight to your face, shaking her head.
No, I'm very in tune with my inner self. That's how I can fight my
As
inner
of
demons.
recently, yes, apparently.
No.
She shakes her head.
I've always been deeply in tune with my own emotions.
Okay.
And also what's happening internally. But there's a discrepancy between after I met with you and encountering Juji. I think you did something to me.
Okay. Like heal you?
No.
I am a doctor.
You put me on the path to recovery. However, I believe you have made my situation more complicated.
Do you really need my help to do that? I think you make things as much complicated as you like.
I do, but you have made it more complicated than that.
She leans forward, eyes sparkling a little bit.
So, I need your assistance dealing with this problem.
Oh. You want my help with your personal issues?
No, take it out of me.
Take it out of you?
Yes.
Okay. Theoretically, if I did know what this demon would be like inside of you, right?
Yes.
And if in my medical professional opinion,
Yes.
okay, could you give me, let me get closer. Let me see. Let me feel your pulse, you know, do other doctor things, wave my hands a little. I think you're delusional. You have nothing inside of you.
No,
How did
that
you
is
see
incorrect. No, that is wrong.
Noctua rolls. She's all of those are wounded. She is 100. Hold on. Doink. 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 You notice something. She's doing like shit.
Yeah. Look, I think you have more important things to deal with at the current basis. It seems like you're not really doing so hot. It doesn't take a doctor to realize that.
I'm not. Because of something you did.
You're blaming me for your own fucking troubles?
Yes.
Do not curse, yes. Do you
Also do not curse.
do you think that you might cause your own problems occasionally? Why do you come
I do cause my own problems.
She nods.
Not this one though.
So you say you got hurt fighting the Kawamori boss?
Yes.
How is that my
remember.
problem?
I could remember it with perfect clarity.
After the injection you gave me, she starts to like speak up and like this person over in the corner is like, huh? she's kind of making a scene, Barbados.
Hey, Noctua.
Yes.
Shh. Shh.
Okay. Okay.
Inside voice. Your inside voice, please. Okay.
Okay.
So, what it seems like is that Slug, air quotes, was protecting you,
Yes.
not harming you.
No.
And from my medical professional opinion, it doesn't seem like it's inside of you anymore.
It's not?
No.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
She nods and then stands up.
It's. Are you just gonna leave now?
Oh yes, of course.
She counts out 23 full and puts them on the table next to you.
God, just fucking. just stay still for a second. Let's see. Let me. Oh, which? Let's see. What wounds of yours is wounded?
Red, yellow, blue.
Oh. You know, I'll do you a favor. You got wounds on you, right? Like just physical
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He just let me deal with that real quick, and he's just gonna quickly, very swiftly, patch you up a little. And you know what? Your blue is healed.
Thank you, Barbados.
And if you have, let's just wave my magic wand because I don't feel like doing the math, but I can do it anyways. And your HP is now filled as well.
Noctua is feeling excellent.
with let's say 5 over.
Oh,
How about that? I'm feeling
65 HP. How gracious of you.
who knows if you'll need that, but yes, there you go. You feeling a little better?
I'm feeling
You
a
done
lot better.
blaming me for all your problems?
Yes, I am.
Did you realize I haven't caused anything in the first place?
No, you caused plenty of them, but then you made up for it.
I see.
She looks at you still smiling. Once again, you're a fantastic doctor.
I think, you know, Bellamy, I think this one is a little bit crazy, in my medical professional opinion. But I think she would do great as like a heroine of your book or something.
Bellamy has been staring at Barbados for a little while with a very passive, unreadable expression and just says, "Oh, do you now?"
You know what? Here's your book. Leave, please. You both are bothering me.
Thank you. She grabs it.
Oh.
Continues looking at him with the passive expression. You can't read her eyes.
I have another question.
Oh gosh, yes, what else?
I am currently working on my active treatment as you prescribed.
Do
you want to come observe it firsthand?
Oh, let me look. Schedule. I don't have any books on me. Morph just left, so you ruined my coffee. It's cold now. Fine, I have nothing better to do with my life at the current moment.
Noctua continues to put pressure on you. She smiles and looks at you. Excellent. Okay, please follow and observe.
Oh, could you at least tell your friend to stop staring at me?
No.
Bellamy does two little finger eye things and points them at Barbados and walks behind Noctua.
Have a nice day.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. It's fine. His social standing a little bit lower than it was.
Time to put us on the map. Noctua's gonna drag you two around.
Wonderful.
She's gonna go to the
So
dock.
where this group of queens headed?
Docks!
Nice.
She's going to go to the amusement park.
Oh no.
Oh boy, this is great.
Docks! Boom! If you see any other copies of characters, they're fake and must be eliminated on site.
It's sensitivity flashes. It's fine.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
You're seeing memories, distant memories.
Mm.
Noctua drags you all to the fucking docks.
Oh wow.
I wanted to see the ocean.
Yes. Why?
Because it is the next step towards my recovery.
Okay. Recovery. Does the ocean have some hidden healing properties that I don't know about, or?
Absolutely not. It's just very cold.
I mean, I guess coldness really helps blood circulation.
No, I have to confront my own inner coldness. She walks with determination.
Okay. You just, gonna stop her, or?
Yeah, I like to see where she's going.
Yeah.
Okay. So, earlier today, I discovered that my arms and legs are deeply afraid of cold, like the
Yes.
frost.
Mm-hmm.
And
they probably have an adverse reaction in the ocean as well. So I am going to submerge myself in the water.
Go back to where
Oh.
your ancestors originated from.
No, they came from the sky. She starts to walk into the ocean.
I'm,
Splash, splash, splash.
I'm gonna stay back here. I don't want to get wet.
Noctua submerges herself in the ocean. Anything change? Confronting inner demons.
No, unfortunately, nothing changes yet.
Are there waves?
Bellamy,
Yes.
it isn't working.
Are there waves in the ocean?
There are waves right now, yes.
Okay, Bellamy tries to take a step forward and gets pushed back immediately.
Noctua, 6'5" giant, sits in the water and just lets it wash over her repeatedly. She looks miserable.
Okay.
Not
Sorry,
really
I want to
rigid.
come out to help you.
Actually, you know what? Maybe that's the problem. It's a bright, sunny day in the middle of Aurum, and you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not cold enough.
Okay. Okay. Come on, let's go. She grabs Bellamy's hand and pulls her free from the water.
Whoop.
Okay, I've got another idea.
Yes?
This time it'll be much colder.
Oh no.
Don't worry, the fact that I'm now drenched will work perfect for this.
I'm gonna get sick.
Noctua drags your asses all the way back across the city again. Delete these. Hojo! She runs inside.
Oh!
I need to borrow your freezer.
Oh.
Oh! Well, of course!
Oh,
Always,
I've heard
anytime!
of a few stories. I've heard of a few stories that end badly this way, Noctua.
That's why
I'll
we
tell you
have
what.
That's why
I
we have
need
a
to-
doctor with us. She says, looking at Barbados.
I can't cure stupid Noctua.
But you can treat its symptoms. She says as she moves towards the freezer. Oh my god.
Noctua,
Yeah.
that's the oven.
Oh, this one then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to climb inside for a bit. Make sure I don't die.
Yeah, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna
What's that?
stand over here. Don't worry. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Okay, Noctua climbs down and just sits in the freezer and closes the door.
What? You close the... No, Barbados opens it. You're going to suffocate, dumbass. Don't do that.
That's a very good point.
Oh. The problem seems you're not getting enough oxygen to your brain, Noctua.
I had a lot of
Get out, come on.
Victor, no, I need to see if it works. GM, does it work? GM, please. My children are dying. GM, please.
Bellamy, are you just gonna watch her do this?
GM, please.
Well, Noctua, how long are you gonna wait?
I'm gonna pull her out. I'm gonna pull her out.
You pull her out, her teeth are chattering, everything about her is rattling.
God, oh my... Why are you doing this? Look, okay, I see what you're getting at. I closed the freezer. Look, all you're gonna do is get sick.
Maybe we should put her in the oven now.
You know what? Maybe we should put... No, we're not putting her in the oven.
Noctua's hand was already on the oven door.
I'm cooking something in there. You can't borrow it yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, that didn't work, I assume, because the GM didn't respond.
No, it didn't. There's two GMs. It didn't work.
Okay. so I haven't overcome my sensitivity to the cold yet, and this guy still didn't get angry at me for that. So that's a good sign, right? That means I'm probably making progress.
Sure. You know what? Sure.
Surely there are other ways to get cold.
You're right.
Oh no.
There is.
Noctua drags you away again.
Oh, here we go. Where are we going next?
Noctua is going to, Christian,
Yeah.
can we go back to your campaign?
Okay. I thought you were gonna be like, hey, Christian, can we see if Amy's around? We need someone to cast ice bolt at me.
Repeatedly. She would be tempted to do that, but yeah, no. Let's go back to the Sleeping Shadow.
All right, we're going back in that direction. Where are you going?
To the spa.
Oh, that's fun. Okay. Well, we're back in. So.
I gotta rejoin his player real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, fair.
Oh my god, this is great. Why don't you try the oven next? No!
Are you stupid? You are going to die. No, that's just the truth.
Alright, I'm back in. Let's fucking do this.
Oh shit, though, I only have other Barbados in here.
It's fine. We'll
Casual outfit.
We'll do the math. It's cool.
No, I mean I have the other icon in here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, do you want to come over here in your casual costume?
I mean, we'll do the math. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Then let me get you all in here. Okay. Fucking okay.
God damn it.
Oh, this is great. I love this so much. I'm having a great time. Hang on. Bop. Here you are.
Yeah. So what's your big plan now?
I want Noctua to have rolled for repairing this place off screen.
Okay.
She gets no bonuses from anything as she has no gifts left.
Well, did she when she was doing this?
Oh, she would have, yeah. So let's give it a little bit of a bonus. This bonus, in fact.
Oh,
bam! Awesome. This
incredible.
is Nocti is a
fixed up.
Plumber extraordinaire.
Yeah, you fix this shit up. In fact, you click it. You go over to you kind of go over and switch the pool on, and it starts belting out water.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
And what are you doing?
Well, here's the fun thing. I found out this has a cold setting.
Uh-huh.
It makes the water really, really chilly.
I assume so, yeah.
I thought I'd never do this because that's not how you enjoy baths, but I am going to do this.
What a peculiar feature.
Yes. It's this spa was very advanced. As the new proprietor of this place, I am very proud. She moves in, and Noctua is going to point at Barbados. Okay, just keep an eye on me. If I start to die or heal, please do something. Or nothing if it's healing. She hops in the bath and then submerges.
Oh.
I see.
It's frigid cold.
It
She
is
just
frigid. It is
floats up on her back.
terrible. Yeah, it's and it's also that thing where the sky steel almost sinks beneath while your back is floating. It's like you're driftwood, but your arms and legs are not.
Her hair spreads out across the top.
You can feel the cold seeping through to your scalp, underneath your clothes as it soaks up. You can feel your chattering of your teeth again as you lay in the pool.
She changed beforehand, so she's not ruining her new expensive costume.
Hey, Noctua, could you come over here?
What's up?
Just chill a second. Oh,
I am trying to.
I knew you were going to say that. Turn around for me. Don't worry. I'm gonna try to help you.
Ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Bellamy, you didn't see shit, okay?
What?
Don't worry. And Barbados is going to grab onto Noctua's doinkers. This isn't a combat, so it's not a fucking, But what I'm gonna do...
My gifts are locked out. I would have killed you instantly.
Yeah, And what Barbados is gonna try to do is he's going to try to use some of his medical expertise to try to regress the Skysteel.
Ooh. Interesting.
There are multiple ways I can do this. One being magic, the other being Skysteel fuckery. Take your pick. I don't know if either of them will work, but I can't just sit here and let Noctua just drown herself in cold.
Try to do some Skysteel fuckery, I think.
I just roll the die or something.
Roll to do.
Roll to do. Do I roll the die to block a swing and then...
No, it would just be a raw do.
Alright, boys.
Alright, let's go.
We out here. Let's go. 8.
Oh
fuck.
boy. So, hey Christian.
Yes.
I'm going to leave it up to you what happens when somebody other than Noctua pokes the bear.
Okay, that's a fun question. All right.
What happens when Barbados pokes the bear?
All right, let's see then. Okay. All right.
I'm so excited.
So, Barbados,
Yes.
you're gonna poke the bear.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, you prep yourself.
How he rubs his hands together just to warm them up a bit because Noctua's been in the cold ass water. And he gently grabs onto the doinkers and closes his eyes and focuses on the body, which is Noctua, and is just like, please.
I'm gonna go, maybe.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
So, roll a die for me, Barbados, which we'll just...
Yeah. Let's see.
Obviously, we're doing it. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll be able to just roll it. You can select and yeah. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, wait, nope, drop it and re-roll, because that was a,
Oh no!
that was, you already had something locked in.
Drop swing.
That will
Roll
probably
to
help you,
die.
however.
+3.
You do get that plus.
Oh!
Wait, no, it didn't work. It still shows a bonus there.
Oh, that's because of a gift I have. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Ah,
he does
Never
have
mind.
a
In that case, no, the first one was definitely fine. Lock into one of those as your swing,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll add that to your total, and you'll see their new roll to die.
Mm-hmm. I lock in my purple.
All right. You lock in your purple, and as you do that, you sort of focus and okay. I know what happened because of what you locked in, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bellamy,
Yes.
what are you doing right now?
Bellamy has been intently focused on Barbados the entire time. Her general thought process is, I trust Noctua with whatever she's doing. She'll be fine. I'm curious about how Barbados is going to be reacting to what Noctua is doing.
Right. You notice that he starts to focus, and he reaches out a hand very carefully, and Noctua is kind of leaning a bit, the light shining on through into this area. You can see it kind of glimmer off of her hair as her arm drifts off, and Barbados holds on to it. And as he does so, So, it's... When you look back at this event, you later tonight, you will simply think how miraculous it was that you got to witness something like this. You will look back and you will see how you basically got material of your life. This was awesome. This was great. Though in this moment, you find yourself in a state of being that you always love, more than anything. a state of being you search for. You finally find yourself in a position where you're terrified. You find yourself in a position where you, for once, are scared. And in this moment, you look, and Bellamy, you're a sensitive, right?
Yes.
As you look across, you see as Barbados kind of grabs onto the arm, you see a dichotomy between the space where Barbados is and the space where Noctua is located. In that moment, it is almost like sin itself, pure evil, is pouring and pressing against the Sky Steel. And in that moment, the Sky Steel is almost like a void. You witness both the extremes of human cruelty and destruction matched up together with the pure emptiness of that which is not human. And these two communicate together. And not only do you see it, but you feel it. You kind of step back again. Because no matter, that's about the best that your mind could put on it. That was your writer's spin, putting words to it later. But in this moment, all you feel like is like you're small, like you are insignificant, that you are but a speck in the vast entropy of the world and how it combines together. These two were never supposed to meet. And in that moment, I want both of you to roll to die now.
Yay! Drop swing.
Both of you beat that.
Easily done. Behold. Wait, no. Most of those are locked.
Don't worry. Maybe they'll add our rolls together.
Holy shit. The 19s and the 20s. This is so fucking funny.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's... Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. Good job, you two.
Yes.
Mhm. I've done nothing wrong in my entire life.
I have made no mistakes.
One moment. Oh, fuck.
I have never fucked up even once. I also cursed. Damn it.
You know,
Oh,
in my head,
yes?
this went a lot smoother, probably.
yes, today I have been confronting this demon, and I also should have pointed out it's a little mad at me. It's a little angry right now.
Let me go grab some stuff real quick.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Having a great time, Jay.
Having the best time. I'm having a great time just fucking prodding this thing. Let's see what happens next.
You could have left me in the coffee shop, and everything would have been great.
I'm sure we would have had a fun adventure fighting the mafia or something. But in this case, the only thing that we're fighting is my own poor decision making.
You're just so stupid and helpless. I can't help but help you.
I feel like this is partially your fault. I'm very happy with the line like, Noctua, I can't cure stupid. Yes, but you can treat the symptoms. Just immediately like, wow. Hey, Noctua, try the oven.
This is a disaster.
This is a disaster. Holy crap.
Fuck, man.
Listen, this is going exactly how I hoped it would, which is, mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Should almost be ready by now.
If you can't tell, we haven't prepared for a lot of this.
Perfect.
We've been
What are you
off the
talking
rails
about?
for
You remember I told you all about this part. Don't you remember planning
Oh yeah.
all of this? Every single aspect of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite part
Yeah,
was
of
when
course.
Noctua stole the Smellephant.
Yeah.
I did not. This is the one thing I did not steal. Do not slander me. You can send me to super slug hell, but you cannot slander me.
Okay.
I want to see Slug Hell.
fuck,
Okay.
man.
Alrighty.
One placeholder says Barbados has done nothing wrong.
Hey, you two.
Yeah.
Shit got a
So-
little weird.
So, welcome to the inside of the Sky Steel. You are dead, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I think you have been eaten. I apologize. Do you have any next of kin?
Potentially.
I will pass along whatever condolences I have.
Why am I dying and you're not?
Because I'll get through this fine.
She says like it's the most obvious thing in the world.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're gonna get through fine, die for me. You're the hero here.
I can't, no. I have never once died for someone else, and I don't plan on doing it yet.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's move.
She hops over here.
You hop over here, and then you realize there's no more path.
Okay, we are
Noctua.
stuck. Yes.
You kind of gaze around the room, and you realize that your eyes are passing by something. It's right over here in the center. You look at that, and you realize that's the maw. That is the end. Barbados seems to have interacted, and you've both been deposited here. So you both look, you feel like that's the end point. That's odd.
Is
I
that
guess
like
it's the-
pure
not-
oblivion?
That is pure oblivion. That is your sky seal. That's the natural inclination of devouring.
Whoa. That's pretty neat.
She looks over at it.
No, that's normal.
And then she walks back over this way.
Hmm.
And then she looks around.
The neat part is whatever this purple is, whatever you've done.
Yeah. Are you sure it wasn't always purple?
No.
She points at the oblivion over that direction.
That is what's normal. That is what I face on a daily basis.
Yes, yes.
This is the weird part.
Yeah. I mean, there are many different words for what that is.
Use one.
I mean, it could be related to the origin point.
That sounds complicated. If that is the origin, then that is the end.
Okay. Checks out. By the way, you're saying that seems weird. I don't know if you realize the situation we're in right now, but we're kind of in hell.
Oh, I understand. You must be very confused.
She puts a hand on your shoulder.
This is what I've been experiencing over the last few days, and it only occurs when the Sky Steel decides to send my brain into some sort of shock. Likely our nervous systems are now interconnected.
Oh. Great.
Yes. So,
Mm-hmm.
I believe I know how to sever the connection. However, I wish to use this as a learning experience. at the same
Are you going to throw me in? Don't throw me in. Yep.
She looks at you with those like unblinking eyes.
You were gonna throw me in.
Noctua walks away without saying a word, and then starts to look around.
But if we are unified in this moment, I believe there is we can sort of take advantage. You can help me with my problems from the inside.
Oh, okay. I guess. So it's just me and you?
Yes. And
Oh.
the Sky Steel, and whatever that is.
Okay. So tell me, how are you feeling right now?
She looks around.
Like I'm gaining a weird amount of clarity from this interaction.
Mm-hmm. What's clarifying? What's clearing up for you?
Finally, the full scope of the Sky Steel is made abundantly clear to me.
Mm-hmm.
It listens to me.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Okay.
It stopped because I told it to stop.
That's great.
That's the only reason that we're both still intact in here.
Mm-hmm.
because it views me as necessary.
Yeah. Wait. Come over here for a second.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you see that purple down there, though?
Yes.
Barbados pushes you in.
Noctua, you feel light as suddenly you start to fall, and you feel a suction as you almost get pulled deeper into oblivion itself.
Does she go towards the purple or towards the oblivion?
Or both.
Oh, both?
You
Oh,
start
that's
to
great.
fall, and you start to head, and where exactly you go, you can't really make up a good picture of it. But you can say one thing. Your mind fades to black. Well,
Oh.
no, that's incorrect.
No.
Actually, your mind is quite awake. The problem is more that you can't see anything. You've slipped into a hole. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna call a 5-minute break.
Again? Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna go use the bathroom now that I'm in hell.
Barbados.
Someone in chat. I'm gonna trust that Aloha wouldn't just kill Noctua like this, and this was planned. Yeah. Look, she was gonna push me in first. But I called her on it. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is hilarious. This is fucking funny.
Yeah.
Bellamy, you see something that actually scares you for the first time. Bellamy, oh no, oh no.
Oh man.
oh,
I'm like,
Yeah,
what is she even doing at this point?
bro. I don't know, man.
What do her bug eyes see?
What- Just remember, you didn't see a thing. Bellamy, opening eyes, looking deeper. Ah, fuck. So fucking, so great. So how's everyone going? How's everyone doing? How's everyone's day been? Everyone staying hydrated? Everyone
I'm
well
pretty
fed?
hydrated. I got a full glass of water.
Yeah, boy.
Nice.
Christian,
Nice.
you're great. I just want to let you know
Aw.
Yeah.
you're fantastic because I this
I
completely
do not know how to feel.
this completely planned session is going just exactly to plan.
Come back.
Thank you. I'm
Mhm.
very happy. Let me grab a few things though.
I don't know if you expected us to literally, like, butt heads with the source of the Sky Steel and with functionally Oblivion, but here we go.
Well, I wasn't expecting Barbados to be here for that.
And for the purple to be involved.
Yeah. Oh boy, fun.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just get this going. However, I should get this moving.
Ever just realize how small you are?
No, I'm not small. I'm very tall.
You're gonna push me in.
You're gonna push me in silence.
I'm glad they were both thinking of it.
To tell you the truth, Noctua wasn't, and then he said it, and she's like, that is a good idea. And then she's like, you were thinking of that, weren't you? And she's like, I'm going to keep that to myself.
This guy's still
Really, he was just projecting.
This guy's still 2-player mode is crazy. Yeah, man.
I
Bell-
think we went back to one-player mode again.
Bellamy is that sibling that you hand the unplugged controller and make them pretend they're playing.
Bellamy just saw Noctua's arm eat Barbados. Bellamy's like, oh,
Oh, that's fair.
that shit.
So this break's gonna be a tiny bit longer because I need to grab some tracks.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's fine.
did we just sequence break again?
Yes.
What do you think we've been doing this entire goddamn time, Jay?
This is gonna be so funny because we're gonna roll back in and the Mafia is gonna be like, yeah, we're almost ready with our plan, and Noctua's gonna be like, I have been on a spirit journey. Eye beams.
I'll play some music so that there's not some quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's obviously good.
Typical novice says the sleeping sequence breaker. Session 4 is where it goes off the rails.
I mean-
I've been holding back up until this point. Time to shatter all of my bones.
4 is the death number.
Let me double check my memories that I can't use.
Bellamy is End Knuckles. Oh. So sorry. I'd bring you in if I could, Monichi, but... Unless...
I don't know if Bellamy would survive that.
Yeah, she's kind of a noodle.
What do you mean? I'm not...
she's very much a noodle.
We don't know if we're gonna survive either, so...
I'm excited
She almost got
to...
knocked over by a wave.
So, what I'm excited for is potentially putting any of Noctua's, like, Skysteel forging training to use. She was trained extensively in that. I don't know how the purple is gonna fuck that up.
The Gogurt
Oh,
at
boy.
it again.
Yeah, the Gogurt, you shot Gogurt into the fucking forging process. I know what she's gonna do.
Cool. But do you know what I'm going to do?
No!
All right. Well, let's see what happens. We're both gonna see. Can't wait to come back to the main campaign. Everyone's just like, I wonder what happened to Nocti and Barbados, and the answer is they died off screen.
Bellamy watched.
Bellamy watched.
You could have
She watched their bodies wither, and then
Oh,
she went
God.
home and wrote a sweet ass book about it.
Yeah. She'd literally see them both get turned into more or less a tree of coral. It'd be fucked. It'd be
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, Noctua, go head on so I can write your story.
She sure is going head on.
Okay, one track in, just one more to go.
Yeah.
I think this is a good one. This is a very good one. Fantastic.
Jay.
Yeah.
Hello.
This is going great. Hold on. I gotta get my contingency plan.
Oh boy.
Your contingency plan.
Yeah, I got a contingency plan.
At least one of us does. My contingency plan is not dying.
That's a pretty solid one. All you gotta do is trust that purple stuff. You've got mastery over it, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Hey, guess what?
Chicken
Yeah.
butt?
Kevin's going to Gehenna again.
Yeah! I'm so excited.
Oh boy. Hang on.
Again, yeah.
Let's see.
Really glad Barbados gave me back my blue first. That's solid. That's
I
doing
knew
me a
you'd
real
need
favor.
it.
Yeah, before I go back to hell, yeah.
Yeah,
Suck to come in here with no attributes. That really suck.
yeah, man.
Okay.
And you have a little bit more HP than normal. That'll help you. Probably.
Okay. Let me just change up a tiny thing here. So I gotta make sure everything lines up. Because you did sequence break pretty hard just now. So you have to understand that your actions have consequences.
Understandable.
But consequences are what we're here for, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
You see, there's consequences to your actions, not mine.
I'm gonna DM you something, Aloha.
Die.
Oh. Oh man.
Don't like the sound of that. Slash, I do like the sound of that.
Yeah. I'll hold on to that for a second.
Okay, then that's set up, Okay. And we'll put that there. Nice. Alright. That's set. I need to roll this to initialize it. And then... Alright. Okay, good.
Ah, very useful.
Okay. I think we're just about ready to go. Okay.
Okay, have fun in hell.
All right. We're gonna actually cut back one moment from now.
Oh.
As okay. Where was this map again? Oh, right. Hey, Bellamy.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah.
You are chilling here for a moment. And so they touched. His arm touched hers, and he started to do something. And well, next thing you know, that arm seemed to flare up a little bit, spreading rapidly. You notice that like little needles, it pokes into both of them, stretching along inside. And that's pretty terrifying. Something else kind of terrifies you, though. Not because... Actually, no. Terrifying is not quite the word. This is terrifying. This is unexpected. This is awful. There's something else, though. As you gaze up through the window here, you notice that the sky is shifting to an uncomfortable orange. But it's midday. The sky is darkening with a crimson, evil-looking red. And you think you see the billowing of smoke as well. You kind of look over here, and you look at them, and you look back up at that window. Bellamy, what do you do?
She's holding her pen. She throws the pen at the coral in front of her.
It almost seems to spark, spreading rapidly in direction like it was trying to pierce into something that touched it.
She jumps back, grabs this bench here and kicks it forward.
You kick the bench forward, knocking it forward, just like, please no. Let me actually. I just need to. Gotta move that first, and then. There. Oh gosh. Okay. You. God. You manage to kick the bench a bit as you kind of stumble back, and the coral again kind of seems to twirl. You have no idea what's going on. The outside is something's happening, and in general, this moment you can almost do nothing but stare.
Yeah,
As
she sees that happen, sees that she can't really do anything. She's like, oh well. It's just unwatching. She's like, I can't do anything.
now just watch. You just watch. You know what? This is fine. You might as well get a good eye for what's about to happen. As that sky still spreads, you stare across. You look at Barbados, and you're like, I'm sure he kind of deserves this. But you turn your head over to the side, and you look at Noctua, and you wonder, in that moment, God, I hope she's doing okay. Hey, Noctua.
Yeah.
You're floating.
I'm back. Okay. I'm back. That's right, it's me.
She feels herself like displaced. Yeah, this is that crushing, oppressive darkness of the abyss. This is that nothingness she faced head on. She sort of floats a bit, tries to right herself. Okay. It's not going to eat me, it can. She sort of moves a little bit more. That's right. It can't because she's gonna roll to die.
All right.
And that part of her that says it can't is currently wounded.
Why was it that it couldn't again?
You can't pull that. You can't exactly remember. It seems to be very far away. You've told yourself a number of times that it couldn't. Because, of course it can't. But now that you're here, now that you're sitting in it, the question returns to you. Could it really not? Is that true? What couldn't be devoured by this? Every direction you turn and swim in or move in, whatever the movement you're doing right now, it feels like you get pulled back to the center. Every direction is the wrong way to go. Every direction brings you back. It's not even a pressuring force, it's just a lack of direction. It's like, how can you avoid being dead when you're already dead? How can you avoid being eaten if you're already eaten? What's going on? Why can't you? But there is something. Just because you can't remember doesn't mean it just doesn't mean you're gonna give up on it. But let me just put that. Okay. You take 10 damage.
Ah, good. 55 HP. Excellent.
And as you kind of sit there, you think, okay, you can't remember why you couldn't get out. So that's easy. That's not a problem. Because all that means is you're just gonna have to figure it out again. So,
Take it from the
pull
top.
yourself in. Back in. Noctua,
Yeah.
how do you get out of here? You've done it once before.
She was thrown in here once before. She remembers back, actually. Being thrown in, the horrifying power of this artifact. And this insistence that one of us would make it out. That thought turns over in her head. One of us. There were two of us? It's not clicking. For some reason, it feels like she made it out because someone else shielded her to a certain extent, but it was definitely her determination just the same. But who was that other person?
You
The
try to
dice,
remember that other person. Yeah?
the dice remains locked.
You try to remember that other person, but the only truth is this time they're not here to help you. You are alone. At least that would normally be true. For another person, they would truly be alone here. As you kind of float and shift here, that other presence is not left for you. There's a singular person, Noctua. But just because there is only one person here doesn't mean you're alone. It doesn't mean that you are lacking in a friend. As your eyes adjust and you realize sitting here is, well, almost colored in the dark herself, you finally make out the slight inklings of white, and then a little bit of blue, a little bit of purple. Staring directly across from you. Well, this is... Noctua,
Yes.
I'm going to be very honest with you. This is kind of very bad.
She looks around.
Yeah. I had a question for you first, though.
She nods her head.
I didn't start to remember you until all of this started.
She feels the presence in the darkness again.
Did I make it out last time because you didn't?
Solitarius sort of thinks about that a little bit. Well, let's think about that. Noctua, when did you first forget that I was around?
When I was introduced to this.
She thinks. She sort of like floats a bit, cocooning across the dark for a moment, and she sort of lets the thought run across her head a little bit. Well, if that is true, I suppose that would mean I really was left behind here, doesn't it?
She looks genuinely heartbroken for a second.
I'm sorry about that.
She kind of turns up a little bit, and you notice that she floats for a moment, and as she stares directly across at you, there's something else. It's honestly a little out of place, except it's welcome. It's just a bright, tiny little bit of a sparkle. No. Do not worry about it. It is quite fine. She turns over to you, and she sorts of, well, she just seems to straight herself a little bit.
I felt bad about it. I feel bad about it because it feels like I left a significant part of myself behind.
She moves forward.
Like I let this darkness win.
She kind of thinks, well, it was quite a lot, wasn't it?
At the time, yes. But
she thinks back. She was turning over in her head earlier. How could anything possibly stand up to this absolute oblivion? And then she looks at Solitarius.
You've been fighting just as hard as I have this entire time.
She kind of shifts a bit and floats over. Oh, I wouldn't put all it on me. Hey, Noctua.
Yes.
Have you ever thought about what I am?
Uh, she thinks about it for pretty hard for a moment. Solitarius could be a wide variety of things. Ultimately, her existence, why she appears in front of me. What did she say at first? A representation of my own willpower, my own strength, but
She starts laughing. And it's a little confusion.
Hmm?
And then she kind of turns. I saw it on your face. I already know the answer. You didn't think about it at all.
no.
And that is why I love you.
Oh.
I was simply your friend this entire time, was I not?
She nods.
Well, quite frankly, I do not wish to be anything more than that. I am your friend first and foremost, and that is why I am here. It pleases me to know that you never once thought that I might have abandoned you, and you never thought that you abandoned me. Instead, we simply went our separate ways, and we came back when the time required us to do that.
Yeah.
And that is
Still.
because, no stills. She kind of floats up into your face. That is the gist of it. Why am I here now? Because I knew my friend needed help. And to tell you the truth, I myself did not need any help. I am quite incredible. This was not too much for me. Because I was never fighting it alone.
And Noctua hears that, and her face splits open into this like a very earnest cry.
She kind of moves over, brushing your head with her wing a second. You must understand, though our words cannot always reach each other, we are truly not alone. And we did meet again, did we not?
Yeah, of course. Those thoughts, like that, those statements, like, it all brings it home. They were my dear family. Noctua was never alone, not really. And she starts to center herself in that darkness. So, if we move past this again, will I lose that ability to speak with you?
She kind of thinks a bit. I'm not sure myself. She kind of thinks about that a little bit. You and I are the same. We are one, and I am always here. Speaking or not speaking, it truly does not matter. My Nocti has many friends. My Nocti is incredible, and I know that at some day, even if you do not speak to me soon, I will hear her words again.
Noctua's face splits into, like, once again begins to cry. She feels like she's done this before. Yeah, this is ringing awfully familiar. She gets a feeling, like, of absolute nostalgia, but also a simultaneous feeling of needing to sort of let go. Someday, surely, we will meet again. That same old promise.
May I add another one?
She tilts her head.
I know what you're thinking. It's your favorite quote, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I'll have you know that I myself am some miraculous person. I am a legend, a hero that even outstrips Shinpei sometimes.
Yes.
So let me tag another bit to the very end there. I was thinking on it quite a bit. She kind of floats a little bit and kind of sits there a little bit longer. Remember our conversation a few days ago? We've had many. She kind of stops. Someday we will surely meet again. For the world has many adventures left for both of us.
Noctua's face splits into a look of actual pure relief. You're right. And there's a big difference between this time and last time. She moves forward.
She kind of looks. This time, she's a bit caught off guard. What could you
said-
possibly mean?
You said it earlier, right? My
Said
Nocti
what?
has many wonderful friends. She crosses her arms. You said it earlier, right?
I did.
You were able to stand up to this incredible place.
Mm-hmm.
There was somebody else who could stand up to this place, too.
She turns and kind of looks.
Oh?
One of her eyes peeks shut. Well, it happened a little bit earlier. It was sort of wedged in the sky steel sideways like a thorn. I did my best to soothe it out, and now the sky steel thinks it can get the better of me. Ungrateful little thing. She starts to actually get like a little upset. So, I think it's about time we remind it that ultimately we're the ones in control. And I know many wonderful people, and many things bigger than it. And, unlike it, I can actually manage them. Noctua's going to hold out one of her arms. Remember the end result of that combat with Ansler the Red?
Yeah.
Your boy's gonna release that locked out dice.
Oh. The mad?
Yeah, this place is looking mighty dark. Why not throw some red in here?
Oh.
Ultimately, the one who's in control, the one who's able to twist and contort this fucking sensitivity is Noctua. At the end of the day, the Sky Steel is just a twitching, unthinking thing. It responds to different stimuli. But at the end of all of this, Noctua is the one who holds the reins. She's the one who controls these different flickering emotions. Her sensitivity may have bloomed. These different feelings may have come to nest inside of her, but ultimately, she's the one who decides when they appear and disappear.
Okay. So, with a gift that's not even equipped anymore, something that is far beyond you otherwise still reach. You reach to yourself, something that has been locked out. And, you think you can let that spill out anyways.
Yep. Christian,
Mm-hmm.
in the spirit of where we are, I'd be down to do this by making a bargain.
Oh, yeah?
I'm down to permanently wound Noctua's red.
I think I'm going to deny that,
Oh.
actually. Because in this very instance, you're not the only one who gets to make that choice.
Oh.
Because as you're ready to pour everything out of yourself, in fact, in any other circumstance, I absolutely would be, you know me, I'd be like, oh, that's fucking great. But I can, in this confidence, do this. Because as you start to spill out and start to take this place together, you feel yourself ready to pour out and wound something permanently within yourself. But instead, you feel something wrap up around you. You feel the comfort of a longtime friend. It's impossible to wound that feeling with that. As this returns to you, the red spills out, and both of you, in that moment, seem to merge. Hey, Barbados.
That's me.
You're... Ooh, she has been spending a mighty long time down there, and it doesn't seem to have gotten you out of the trouble. In fact, you kind of sit there for a bit, and damn, this is fucking taking a while. You're contemplating pushing things a little bit more, pushing things to the point of almost self-harm, so that you can, well, attempt to sort of pressure things to a stalemate and maybe force yourself out of this. However, as you stare across at something, you notice that the darkness around here seems to coalesce a little bit, as emerging out from the dark, there's something a little bit different. Something that can emerge from a black hole, which is in itself impossible. Thus, meaning that the only thing that could emerge is pure black. Something that in its own right absorbs this place. You want to be devoured? Well, quite simply, if something comes at you, all you got to do is push back. You're going to take this place. The both of you are. Noctua, you feel so much lighter. You feel immersed within this thing as your eye glows a little bit. And above that, you feel it. All along, your sky steel was shining a light deep inside of yourself, like the sun in the sky, that which burns beneath you. And as you turn, you finally see it. Barbados, you see it too. And it's kind of terrifying, but also kind of interesting, to be frank. Noctua,
Yes.
right across the way, you see what you've been fighting this whole time. It's your sky steel. But to put it in terms more understandable in the moment, it's what the sky steel wants from you. And as you stand here, as you float amidst this void, you feel that red pool out around, spreading across, staring directly across from you.
Oof.
You feel the weight. And as you stare at this thing, you do not fear it.
Oh, that is spicy.
Roll to die for me.
Okay. Can I get control of, what the
Yes,
fuck?
you can. Let me just give you control of this right now. Oh boy, okay. I don't roll to die for you to start. Alright, what do you want to lock in?
I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see? Oh, it's whispered. Okay, hang on. I gotta re-roll that then. Okay, you should have control, right about now. Okay. And I'm just gonna open that up and give you the ability to actually look at it, but yeah.
Slamming that roll to die.
I gotta actually make that not invisible for everyone, but yeah.
Oh.
Okay, now you can do it.
Slamming that roll to die for real.
Oh,
damn,
that's
okay.
pretty good. Yeah.
That's real good. Ooh, let's see what blue looks like. Oh. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That looks good.
You feel yourself shifting, but within your very soul, there is nothing here. There is nothing necessary. Again, you're a black hole. You consume. You don't change for your surroundings. You're here to consume your surroundings. This world bends to you. The moment that you feel that, you see this thing in front of you ready to move in, but the very moment that you actually start to pulse, you feel the essence. You will get over this, as you always have, and everything around you shifts.
Oh. That's hype as shit.
Alright, you're in blue.
Oh, fucking lit. Okay.
Hey,
yeah,
Barbados, you rolled a die too.
Oh, great. Let's see. Drop swing just in case I had one. Roll the die. Fuck it. There we go.
That was pretty cool.
It's button.
Alright. So, with that, I'm also gonna roll the die for this thing, which technically rolling the die, it doesn't really do too much. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take that. Alright, then you go first.
Okay, let's move in and fucking hit it.
Alright, you go in and try to smack against it, and you notice in this moment, as you start to go, it almost tries to interact with the surroundings. It shifts, trying to cut against you. It wants to clash. Noctua,
Yes.
your new gift activates.
Oh.
As you feel something start to pull back inside. Something that cannot be simply knocked away at this time. When you look across at this thing, you notice the sky steel surging across its body. You look, and you realize, this thing's trying to copy me. This entire time, it simply consumed my feeling and matched against me. This sky steel, it's fake. It's not real, it's not tied to anything. It ties to the simple grounds of, oh, my prowess, what I've learned, everything along nice, but there's no feeling there. And when it comes to things that lack feeling, they cannot stand up to you. Whenever someone uses or adds modifiers to their rolls that do not have a tie to a color or an attribute, just blank precision or otherwise, you can negate that.
Holy shit, okay.
In that moment, you carve that 9 to pieces. It has to roll 1d20 plus 1d6 at this moment. You feel like there's a downside to this gift, but you don't feel it right now. Anyways,
This is clearly not an issue. I have never had any problems even once in my life.
So 15 versus your roll to die, which is a 15. So you guys clash.
Let's
you escalate.
Let's escalate it, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
Boom!
Oh! So how much damage is that?
Oh boy.
10, 40 damage.
40
Okay.
damage.
You carve. Okay, how do you fucking slap this thing?
Noctua recognizes the form she's in, and as she moves in, full of incredible power, she's going to use all of her abilities. As a person who's even cooler than Shinpei, twice as strong as Noctua, with, quote, techniques. Yes, she will fully embody the powers of a child dreaming about how rad their original character is. This attack could only be described as nonsensical. Moving through this brilliant, bright creature, she strikes forward and backwards, returning to the black hole in an instant. That's right, Shinpei could move faster than the eye could match. And Noctua's arrows are said to be unable to be followed, even by people with enhanced perception. So Noctua thought it would be cool, especially at the time, to have an attack that surpassed even the concept of, smell? She thought one of the other senses would be cool. Yeah, no, absolutely. All the senses can't keep up with this attack. No smell, no touch, no nothing. The attack goes through. There's simply a cut.
As that cut kind of goes through, you realize, oh, that landed perfectly. The sky seal
Brilliant.
almost seems to fray and almost fall apart on one of the arms, as the arm itself kind of just seems to sag. The entity otherwise is completely lack of emotion as it starts to swing around once more, however. It's going to try to go in against you and clash again.
Oh, excellent.
So Noctua,
Yes.
try to beat, okay.
Perish.
Oh, okay. So you do, how much is that again? That's,
That would
that's-
only be 10. It's clashing on a
Okay, yeah.
reprisal.
Yes. So, you clash, reprise, and almost seem to knock it back as it can't even get close to you. Roll to die for me again.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Drop first.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see what we got. You know what? I haven't used this black stat enough. Let's do it.
Oh, okay, you do that. As you lock that in, you feel your heart returning to itself a little bit. As kind of shifting around, it sort of regroups with itself. You get to act first, however.
Okay. It's going to move in and try to counterattack. This would not clash.
I don't think it would, no.
It simply hits. It's a black dice.
Yeah, that roll to die cannot go over it. So you manage to whack it for 8, as almost pressuring out from the void a bit, it seems to get pushed back against this just pile of islands of coral that seem to float up around the area.
She
And
like closes in, swirling around, dispersing slightly. This creature's form is luminous. It's beautiful, frankly. A lot of heroes would aspire to be absolutely everything that she is. On the other hand, man, Noctua admits this loudly and proudly, much to the fucking chagrin of all of her friends. Honestly, if it really comes down to it, Shining Light is really cool, but ultimately the coolest people thrive in the darkness. Absolute and pitch and utter black. Characters that lurk within that, those are the best ones. Because there's a certain beauty to it. And
Barbados.
always...
Barbados.
Yeah.
Noctua's... What are you up to?
Oh, he's just like laying down on his side on this coral patch, just watching. He will intervene if it's necessary, but he's just like, it looks like she's having fun.
You see her in the distance, and like across
Cut
the
back.
combined
Continue, Jay.
across the combined mindscape, you get all of this. Ultimately, darkness is far superior to the light because, and she rattles off a few things, striking back against this creature, this ideal.
And you knock that ideal back. It will attempt to counterattack in any way it can, but wow, it seems to be rolling very bad.
I understand completely.
When
I was on the same path as you, I understood.
This thing tries to recover. All right, give me another roll to die.
Okay.
All right, it's gonna take that.
Let's go yellow.
All right, and with
I
that
just
in
wanna feel
mind,
these music tracks.
with your thesis stated, there's only one thing left to do: defeat them. And you start getting fired up. And let me just, where the hell is it? Oh wow, did the yellow track not get in here? That's weird. Huh. No music plays because
I can go blue if that would help.
No, hang on.
Okay.
That's fine.
I know the song that should play.
I do too. Go blue.
Okay, time to go blue.
Okay.
I like blue better anyway. Noctua thinks to herself for a second. Yeah, simply defeating this foe is exactly what's left in front of me. In fact, it is my proper place to defeat it. And then she goes, no, I have too much respect for that. She starts to close in again. That's right. Everything that's out here in front of her. This is the end that was avoided. This is very well who she could have been. This is who a huge part of herself wanted to be. And this, first and foremost, man, this is a person that she needs to save. Time to clash.
All right.
Yeah!
That's +4. Okay, yeah. Okay, they actually started rolling better now, but of course. Okay. Yeah, you, all right, Noctua, how do you approach?
Noctua moves in, and in a split second, she is going to sweep through this thing. All this time, she'd been staying her hand, fighting back and not eviscerating that devouring emotion, letting it do whatever it wanted. Right now, however, no, she's the one holding the reins. She's going to pick this thing up bodily and cast it into the abyss.
You cast this thing into the abyss. It starts getting grinded up to pieces as this is its own domain, and it starts to shift a little bit to try to turn and deal with it in a better way. But it's such a weird experience. It's like grinding it up against its very own actual, just, this thing's starting to fall apart. It's starting to tear itself apart. But even still, this thing lacks fear in a moment like this. And instead, it'll try to clash back against you.
Oh, excellent.
Oh.
Oh, it's fucking ready!
Oh, it is! You feel yourself starting to be pulled in. You both lock in combat in the midst of this strange, destructive force. Both of you together. You take aid as well, as both of you are basically trying to regain control of this area. Trying to regain control of this realm in its own... It's what it can do.
Excellent.
With that in mind, we're going to drop, and we're going to pick up again. Okay, now the song's in, so you can go in with it now.
Oh, now the song's in? Okay.
Now the song's in.
Excellent.
Because now, while you are going to save this person, this is a knife match in amidst a pit. The only thing to do now is to beat the shit out of them.
Easily done. Gladly so. Here I go.
Oh boy, let's see how that... I need to roll 1d6 for that. 4? Okay. What's 4? Let's see, yeah, okay.
Sorry, this is Teach's theme. Die.
You, pound into this thing just a little bit more, shoving it deeper into this abyss. It starts to fall apart. Another one of its arms seeming to bend away into nothing. As, left with very little options, it simply tries to jab up at you with its legs. It can't seem to summon anything. It can't seem to control the power of Noctua's bow. For in this moment, You've taken back the reins of this place. The only thing that goes is what you desire. Let's see.
Oh, it did pretty good. Would I? Is this a clash?
Yes.
Oh, it gets me. I'll keep dropping my health. Whack! Knocked out of it.
All right. You're knocked out of it, and as that happens, you're gonna take 8 damage.
I take the 8.
This thing's desperate pleas continue to kind of fight back against you. As everything kind of continues, you feel something just kind of bleed across this entire place. In this moment, the colors continue to merge. It attempts to bite back against you. And as that happens, you feel the final symphony of this place. As combining together, you face off, both of your wills clashing against each other.
You know, I gotta end it like this.
Let me reset this track. There we go. All right, let me roll for it. Okay. So,
Okay.
you go first.
Just gonna go in and try to fully sublimate this thing. Oh, not so much.
Ooh, let's see. I think you're gonna do fine though. Yeah.
Ah. I see. Oh, right. I forgot. Black dice.
You move in, and what do you do to further this thing lower?
She is going to basically take this creature of pure light. Whatever was constructed from it, and she's going to try to pull that light away.
All right. You reach forward, and the entire glow surrounding it seems to shimmer brightly as you approach. But in that way, as light casts upon you, a shadow only grows stronger. And you manage to start sucking and sapping away some of the energy that surrounds this place. And attempting to move back against you, it tries its best to strike back, trying to claim this place back from you, to make anything, an arrow, a weapon, something it can use to fight back. But everything is sucked away, all brought into a black hole. As that happens, you feel the light of this entire place start to dim ever so slightly. And roll, drop, go again.
Roll, drop, go again.
Barbados.
Feeling confident.
You know
about
what?
this.
This is pretty beautiful.
I think I'm gonna make this a little bit more interesting. I'm gonna give that thing a spear.
Oh!
You know of what.
Yeah. Oh, God.
So Barbados just sits up, seeing this, and it's just like, well, this is a little bit anticlimactic by my standards. I feel like Noctua would feel better if this was a hard-fought victory. So he's just gonna raise his hand, and a purple gunk just kind of comes out of his hand, and it forms a slug. But he's just gonna be like, no, not like that. Could you, like, elongate yourself? Thank you. And then he's gonna grab that and just kind of toss it to the fake Noctua.
You toss it over to the fake Noctua. It kind of impacts and lands, and the entity sort of stares at it for a few moments. And then an almost beaming hand of light starts to form, emerging out from the arm as it grabs onto this thing, and the purple pinkish aura almost seems to spread onto this, mixing into an awful hue, a combination of its burning white and the acid pink that you spread upon it. And things seem to swap a little bit as ripping onto this thing. All right, let's see. Okay,
That's fun. So it gets
All
to
right.
pick up. It gets to pick up new dice. Do I get to go first?
let's see. I'm gonna roll for it.
Oh.
Okay, you still get to go first.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lock out a dice 2. Noctua's gonna slap Barbados. That's it. I'm going back.
You get slapped with an immense force. Barbados, move yourself back against the crowd behind you.
There we go.
Oh, okay. As you turn around again, you feel a force pressing back against you. This thing's managed to lock in a swing, although it's not its own.
Oh.
Ooh,
Oh, that's real good.
that's really good.
It ain't good enough,
ain't
though.
Noctua, you feel it surging forth, borrowing power from the outside, slamming into you with this. But that's already proof of its defeat. This thing needed help. And that means it doesn't stand a chance for you. Noctua, describe how you defeat this thing.
Okay, in this case, she's going to draw back, like, finally forming something, and she gets that little temporary flash, that moment of her much younger self going, no, I wouldn't want to grow up to be you. I'd want to be something much cooler. And she feels herself now fully indulging in that fantasy, fully being the one that's cooler than anyone, and she's like, you know what? I think I was at my absolute coolest, thinking back. Yeah, when I did that. She moves in and drops her spear to the side. Instead of impaling this thing, she reels back, mimicking a gesture earlier. Something that can only be made when two beings show immense gratitude for one another. She reels her head back and bonk!
And with a bonk, this thing catapults back, falling, almost impacting, cracking, still connected as you kind of pressure it forward for a moment, and then kind of you stop. Its momentum continues as this thing is almost slowly devoured, almost eaten entirely up by this strange void. And with that, you stand for a moment. Your form victorious. Barbados, you right in yourself and you see a veritable god of this place. Something so powerful, so strong, it can go unrivaled here. And it's also just a little bit lame and indulgent, too.
You, Barbados, you know this feeling. Yeah, someone close to you has repeatedly described the sensation of defeating someone big and awesome and all this other stuff, pew pew magic powers and all this other. It's endearing in its own way, but also, you can't shake this strange sensation of it. Isn't this one still a little old to still be doing this?
Feel a silence fall over this place, and Barbados, as you stare directly across at this person, the form sort of shifts a little bit until you realize it's not their form shifting, it's your eyes opening. And you notice there are a number of awful pringing needles that have pulled inside of you. And you pull back. A little bit of blood spills out as you kind of stumble back, and sort of this thing kind of nudges back, and you just fall straight out, and you're like, wow!
No, Barbados, first roll to die.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay, let's see how this goes then.
Oh,
I do not grab you.
the
Noctua attempts to grab you and pull you into the pool and fucking fails.
Noctua,
Yes.
you feel your arm almost click and bend into itself. In a matter of seconds, the sky still reforms into an arm, and you fucking sit back in this pool and you're like, wow. Wait, why is the water so hot? Oh my god, you're in the hot spring and it's hot. And you just lean back, heal your health to full.
Doing this in a hot springs was brilliant.
Bellamy, it seems like it worked. You made it warm and they came back.
Oh, this is very nice.
That's
Who warmed up the water?
Oh,
Obvi-
that was me.
Bellamy! She hops out and clasps both of your hands.
Hey, that was wacky.
That was extremely wacky, but truly you are the greatest doctor of all.
What? Oh, you're talking to me, not her. Yes.
No, your quick thinking, Bellamy, saved both of us. You were right, I should have gotten in that oven after the freezer.
While all that had been going on, the sky was changing color. Bellamy was sitting there watching the coral, like eating the two of you. She's like,
Oh, what if I just change the water?
and got up and changed it, and then sat back down and kept watching.
You're brilliant. Absolutely the smartest person I've ever met.
I...
And you saved me from myself. What can I do to thank you? She like
Bellamy slaps her hand into a fist, her fist onto her hand. She goes,
Oh, are you still trying to figure that out? Because I think I discovered a new way to get there.
Oh, yeah.
What about a brain freeze?
No, I'm actually feeling perfectly fine at this point.
Yeah,
also, I
Noctua?
have had plenty of them. Yes?
All your gift slots are back.
She stands up, fucking, like, both of her nostrils flaring. I feel excellent. She looks at you, Barbados.
Yes.
After seeing the inside of her mind, you realize something about her.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing this on purpose.
Being an idiot.
You realize to a certain extent, Noctua is now fucking around with you.
Oh.
That's different. That changed. She smiles at you.
Oh, man. This is... I did not expect to get into this kind of hijinks today, I will tell you that.
Thank you so much for saving me. Earnestly. She holds out a hand to you, Barbados.
Yeah, I tried very hard to kill you, but there really is no beating you.
Wait, no. Hold on, when?
Oh my gosh, it's fine. I shake your
Which
hand.
part? Which part? Was it the part where you touched my head?
Or the part I threw you in a hole, or the part where I gave the enemy a massive weapon.
Oh.
Don't worry, it was just to make you cooler.
Okay, understandable and appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Bellamy's eyes squint.
So, I feel spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do with this energy. What is going on with the sky?
You look out.
Ah, it's a net.
Actually, nothing's going on with the sky. Bellamy, as time passed, the orange shifted and changed, and now it's just like a smoky gray.
Oh, it got better.
Oh, was there a problem earlier?
Smoky gray. Was there a fire?
It looked like it.
Wait, where was the fire? Hold on, no!
Oh god, here we go. Come on, Bellamy.
Alright,
So
Noctua,
fun.
you heading out?
Yes.
Alright, you
No.
head on out.
I have to turn the taps off first. Okay, now I can head out.
Noctua, you run out of the spa and you head down. And you find yourself down here and you see this like strange, it's the signs of like a post-fire where ash is kind of spread and mixed up, and the air is kind of like, it's not enough to choking, but you can smell it, you can feel it. It smells like devotion.
What?
That's weird.
Wait,
Why did
what?
you think that?
What did I think that?
Smells like devotion.
Noctua's like, okay. Does anyone else smell that?
Yeah.
Actually,
Devotion. Why does the fog smell like devotion?
I don't think it's fog, Noctua. I think this is smoke.
Why does the smoke smell like devotion?
Well, seems to be coming this way, though. From this way, though.
Oh no. She runs off in this direction as fast as she can.
Noctua, you begin to run off in this direction. Your mind starts to recontrol itself as you begin to move, and you run down this street, and you press through the... Well, you press through this spot. You eventually find yourself across, running in this direction. And as you move, you turn a corner, and you expect to see something. And as you look across, well, unfortunately, it's not there. You stare across, looking directly at the remnants of a house.
Noctua exhales slowly, and then is going to roll to die. She is still very wounded. Hold on, let me... Oh wait, that's still probably wounded, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. Yeah. She is going to immediately rush in and start looking for a body.
You run on inside. Barbados, you kind of come up from behind, along with Bellamy, and you see this freshly burned down building sitting over here.
Well
Oh
then,
dear, there really was a fire.
this was the bee's home, right?
No. I wasn't gone that long. She's like poking around. This can't be happening.
Noctua, you poke around and search through this rubble and ash. You're looking for something you hope you don't find, quite frankly. And as you shove across, you see a number of burned remains of wood, other kind of objects, things like that. You shift on through, and eventually you try to find for anything, really. You see burned everything has been put to ash. You stop, and a sick feeling kind of spreads across you in this moment as you look, and you realize that everything here is burned much brighter and much hotter than an oven fire. This couldn't have been some accident. Things here are burned to a crisp, and yet there seems to be a few items that still remain that didn't burn entirely. And as you pull across, you notice a sword sitting down straight in the middle there. Burned handle, kind of smeared with flame and smoke blade. This fell directly from the room you were staying. And as you continue to check around, you try to bury yourself into this place to just dig even deeper. And eventually, you find something. Buried deep within the ash, you find a box. And as you pull that box open and try to take a look at it, you try to click it on. It's a music box. No melody emerges from the music box. Its damage too severe. But as you hold this box, you feel a memory surge across. You stare directly across, and you see a remnant of something. Looking across, someone seems to be talking. You look over and find this place, the very first memory of this place. You see a slightly younger Beatrice, kind of staring up as she looks. Actually, both of you see this too, I realize.
Oh.
It looks alright. You think we'll be able to live here? She turns around and speaks, yet the other forms you can't make out. They simply don't exist. Not anymore. But as she continues this conversation, cut off from multiple things, Noctua, as you stand up and walk, you almost notice something directly across. You almost step past Beatrice. As moving over into the corner, you see a gunshot firing, but above everything, you thought you saw it on the ground. You reach down and you pull it up. It's just a simple, unassuming kunai laying upon the floor. With it inscribed a simple familiar symbol. It was left here for you and carved on the very stone.
She, oh boy. She picks it up, sort of tests it, tosses it over to the side. You see her big shoulders sag for a second, and she throws her head back. Okay. I gotta go. Thank you for your help, both of you.
Where exactly do you plan on going?
Well, I got some intel, I guess. We're on a ship. That's enough, probably. She sort of like holds one of her arms.
Noctua,
Yeah.
as you hold that arm, a bit of a surge kind of runs across you, the sky steel. And you felt it. You felt that surge, you felt this sadness kind of spilling in, but as you sit there, you're able to identify something different. You were concerned, worried, and a part of you kind of feels that, no, she wasn't in that building.
Yeah.
She fought, she fired, she must have left, and if she's not here, that only means one thing.
They've taken her.
They've taken her.
Simple.
Simple.
Noctua puts it together and like she feels that weight start to build and like the sensation cross her mind. She was fucking around wasting time over in the park meditating and then running around all day, dunking herself in the water. And she starts to feel guilt? But almost immediately, Barbados, you see that expression. Stop. It was my responsibility to protect her. And I didn't do a good job on that, obviously. She motions to the burnt down building. But today I managed to protect myself. And if I can't do that, then I can't protect others to begin with. So I'm going to go save her with this body that you two saved. She looks at the two of you, nods, bows, and then starts to walk off.
Noctua,
Yes.
as you begin to move, you take those steps forward. Neither grief nor sadness weigh on your heart. Those emotions should be saved for the ones who were attached to this place. The ones who lived here, the ones who have yet to see this place and its status. You felt all those things momentarily, a sensitivity flash, but they're not for you. No, those are for the victims. It's the hero's job to set things right.
Can I tell you something probably a little fucked?
What?
Especially after the more recent revelations, she sees the shape that this took, and as she wanders off in the direction of saving and protecting Beatrice, there's another feeling that's definitely building within Noctua. Probably a strange one. She's not 100%. Well, she's comfortable with it, but she's starting to realize she has. Part of her really likes this.
Yes.
Being able to pay witness to an event like this, being able to play custodian for the thoughts and feelings of others, being able to successfully save Beatrice so that she can properly mourn this situation. She likes being here. And as the sky steel clicks underneath her, Noctua realizes something. The biggest thing that she realized today. More than anything else, she likes being alive.
And so, you head off with that thought in mind. As you depart. And as you depart, remaining back inside, deep within a somnium that is cleared, the sky steel itself sits a single person. She kicks her legs a little bit, kind of just examining and thinking. She almost stares directly at this void, watching as you progress. Her eye to the outside, that which she consumes through the sky steel's vision. She looks and she sees. Yes,
I think this will go very well. Finally, the villain has shown their true motives to the hero, and there is nothing left but to defeat them.
She kind of nods her head.
Go get him.
She kind of stops a bit.
It is very unfortunate, though. If all of this... Only this happened at another time. Perhaps that house could have been saved.
She kind of thinks and sort of stops.
Are you sure this was a good idea?
And from behind, there is a sort of noise that sort of seems to pick up as almost bellowing on out from this spot, a voice kind of seems to emerge out, and sorry, you're fucking as Solitarius turns. She shifts her vision to behind her, where a figure seems to sit on a little pedestal of coral. And they seem to simply laugh. Hang on, let me just I need to
You gotta rev up. You gotta run up to this one.
Okay. He sits back. Well, she'll have to. She's my champion after all, isn't she? And
You are quite a foolish man.
I won't deny it. After all, my foolishness is my most admirable quality. He kind of leans back, stares across.
Why now? Why did you pressure it? You were the one prodding the Sky Steel. You could have killed her.
No, I couldn't have. Didn't you see how she progressed? Every champion needs a trial. And he kind of like scratches at his chin. To be honest, every trial I'd thrown at her so far was like a breeze in the wind. Every step pressed past one by one. She had her own approach. It was rather hilarious. He kind of seems to pat his knee a little bit. As the figure, Noctua, the champion from which Nocti draws her name, seems to lean back. At the end, she has her own trials to progress with. And it was her own decision to meditate today. Don't try to throw that on me. I can't account for everything. She kind of looks.
I suppose so. You know she mimicked me in the end.
She kind of floats up and kind of floats, almost bragging about it. She kind of floats next to the portal. She kind of spreads herself out just a little bit, and their form shifts.
Me, Solitarius, the greatest hero that ever lived.
Noctua kind of leans back. Of course she mimicked you. That's the point, wasn't it? He relaxes a bit. At the very end of this all, I cannot speak to her. I shouldn't speak to her. My voice carries a weight to it that would be too influential and too ignored. She kind of stops.
That's very dumb. You know she'd like to speak to you anyways.
He stops and simply waits. I suppose she would. A bit of an expression, a serene and somewhat sad one, falls on her face. And yet, she wants to be my hero, doesn't she? Amidst all of this, these many centuries, I can say that she's the first one who's touched my heart like that in a long, long time. And so I'll grant her that wish. He leans back, stares across, and besides, with all this out of the way, next time we will truly see the power of Nocti, my successor. And he gazes past her, staring off through the sky steel at the journey his successor will carve. And with that, we leave off. And
Fuck
next time,
you!
the finale.
God damn! Oh, just reaching in to rip my fucking heart out.
Okay,
Oh.
and now we'll play the song of the future.
Ah!
Thank you, everyone, for coming out. That was great. Jay,
Yeah.
awesome sequence breaking. I was expecting that later.
That was awesome. That was really, really cool.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was the long victory lap.
I'm going to move next to Barbados and slap him.
Yeah.
Oh, we got fan art.
Yeah, we-
Let's take a look.
Yeah, we only got 2 pieces, but both of them
Thank
from
you.
Cookout Trash Bin.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. First off, we have the slug that was inside Noctua versus Juji.
Thank you for injecting me with Satan.
Oh, God, that's
You
great.
had Satan in you all along.
Thank you. What?
And again from
Just
Cookout
keep
Trash
your
Bin.
eyes open.
You just gotta keep your eyes open. I think you have some gas.
Oh,
No.
Holy crap.
I-
Manucci mentioning a doctor in the middle of that conversation made Noctua's head go, ah yes, a doctor. I should go see one.
Oh.
And then face against wall. Holy
God.
shit.
Yeah. Fuck.
Good session. Holy
Good session.
shit.
great session.
Thanks everyone for coming out. I hope you had a good
Holy
time.
shit. Yeah, if you want to chat about stuff, please tell me about the session. Tell me what you thought. Tell me what you felt. Go to the Discords, either of them.
Yeah.
Official.
Yeah.
Unofficial.
Mhm.
I hope you had a good time watching the session. I had a great time playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was really fun.
And make sure, no, tomorrow, is Indigo
Yeah.
at the same
Yes.
time as this starting. So
That's gonna be fun too.
make sure to check that out.
Yeah.
It's,
Holy shit.
it's gonna be a chill session.
I didn't say that.